Some men kill for rage, others kill for pleasure. Peter Dupas killed to become something inhuman. 3 women, 3 missing pieces, 1 surgeon who never studied medicine. Welcome to True Crime Headquarters, where every story runs darker than the last, and the truth is always colder than fiction. I'm truly glad you're here. Whether you're watching from New York, South Africa, Canada, the Philippines, the UK, Greece, Sweden, New Zealand, or any of the countless places I can't name one by one, know this: I see you, I appreciate you, and you're part of this growing family. These stories are crafted to reach those who crave truth in the quiet hours. People who unwind, think, and fall asleep with mystery lingering in their minds. But when you only watch without subscribing, liking, or commenting, these stories don't travel far. They stay hidden when they should be heard. It costs nothing to hit subscribe, drop a like, or leave a thought below. But that small action keeps this channel alive and lets me keep sharing the dark, the true, and the untold. So, if these stories speak to you, please take a moment. It means everything, and it helps keep the truth alive. So, have you subscribed yet? I'm waiting. Done? Great. Thank you. I want you to know that every click and comment counts, and you are very important and highly welcomed heir. This is the story of Peter Dupas, the surgeon of shadows. We're entering the mind of a predator who didn't just take lives. He dissected them, studied them, kept them as trophies in the darkest corner of his soul. Peter Dupas wasn't hunting for survival. He was hunting for perfection, carving through flesh and bone like an artist obsessed with his masterpiece. Tonight, we descend into the abyss of Australia's most methodical nightmare, where every scream was silenced, every body mutilated, and every investigation led to one horrifying truth. The monster was already among them, hiding in plain sight, sharpening his blade. I know you love falling asleep to these stories, and tonight you're in for something truly chilling. We'll be exploring 4 haunting true crime cases, each one darker than the last. So, get cozy, unwind, and let the day melt away. But before you drift off, please don't forget to like, subscribe, share, and comment, and tell us where you're watching from and what time it is where you are. Now, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let's begin. Melbourne, 1953, a city rebuilding itself from the ashes of war, where families gathered in modest homes and children played in sun-drenched streets. But in one of those homes, something twisted was taking root. Peter Norris Dupas entered the world on July 6th, a child who would grow into something the courts would later struggle to name. Not simply a killer, not merely a rapist, something far more calculated, far more cruel. His childhood unfolded like a silent film of normalcy, a facade so convincing that neighbors would later shake their heads in disbelief. The Dupas family appeared ordinary, working class, unremarkable. But behind closed doors, young Peter was developing appetites that would metastasize into obsessions. By his teenage years, the mask was already slipping. 17 years old. That's when Peter Dupas first let the demon breathe. 1974. A woman walking alone, her path intersecting with his in a moment that would shatter her existence. He didn't stumble into violence, he orchestrated it, dragged her into shadows, held a knife to her throat, violated her with a clinical detachment that would become his signature. This wasn't passion. This wasn't impulse. This was rehearsal. The courts gave him a slap, light sentences, rehabilitation programs, the naive belief that young men make mistakes and can be corrected. They released him back into society like returning a venomous snake to a playground. And Peter Dupas learned the most dangerous lesson a predator can learn. He could get away with it. Throughout the 1970s and 1980s, his record grew like a malignant tumor. Rape, assault, abduction, each offense more violent than the last, each sentence more inadequate. The justice system treated him like a petty criminal, a troubled soul in need of guidance. They couldn't see what was staring them in the face. A man who viewed women not as human beings but as objects to be used, broken, and discarded. The psychiatric evaluations painted a portrait of antisocial personality disorder, sexual sadism, an incapacity for empathy that bordered on the reptilian. His own psychologists noted his high risk of reoffending and his predatory approach to women. These weren't hidden red flags. They were alarm bells screaming into the void. Yet time and again, Peter Dupas walked free, his smile pleasant, his demeanor calm, his eyes scanning every street for his next victim. By the mid-1980s, he had perfected his hunting technique. He studied women the way surgeons study anatomy textbooks, memorizing patterns, vulnerabilities, schedules. He watched them shop, followed them home, cataloged their routines with the dedication of a scholar. And when the moment was right, when opportunity aligned with desire, he struck with the precision of someone who had done this so many times that violence had become muscle memory. 1985 brought another arrest, another conviction, another laughably inadequate sentence. The pattern was now undeniable. Peter Dupas was escalating. The violence was intensifying. The gap between his crimes was shrinking. Every expert who examined him concluded the same thing. This man would kill. It wasn't a question of if. It was a question of when. And still, they let him out. His method was evolving, becoming more sophisticated. He wasn't just attacking randomly anymore, he was selecting, choosing, the way a collector chooses rare pieces for his gallery. Women with specific features, specific builds, specific vulnerabilities. He was developing a type, refining his taste like a connoisseur of suffering. The 1990s arrived, and Peter Dupas had transformed into something more dangerous than the angry teenager who first struck in 1974. Now in his 40s, he had decades of experience, dozens of victims, and a hunger that had grown insatiable. The attacks were no longer just about violation. They were about domination, control, the godlike power of holding life and death in his hands. His weapons of choice expanded. Knives, always knives, extensions of his hands, tools for his art. But now he carried them with purpose, selected them with care. Different blades for different purposes. Some for intimidation, others for cutting, and one, his favorite, for the final act. Psychologists who later studied his case noted a chilling detail. Peter Dupas showed no physiological response to his crimes. No elevated heart rate during attacks. No adrenaline spike. No remorse afterward. His body treated violence the way normal people treat breathing, automatic, effortless, essential. He had rewired himself into a perfect predator, a human being who had evolved beyond human emotion. The parole boards kept making the same fatal error. They believed his lies. Peter Dupas was charming when he needed to be, articulate when it served his purpose. He told them what they wanted to hear: remorse, reform, rehabilitation. And they believed him because the alternative was too horrifying to accept. That meant acknowledging the system itself had failed. That meant admitting they were about to release a time bomb back into the community. And release him they did. Throughout the 1990s, Peter Dupas lived in Melbourne, moving through the city like a ghost. He took odd jobs, kept a low profile, appeared at parole meetings with perfect punctuality. But his nights belonged to the hunt. He prowled shopping centers, parks, public transportation hubs, anywhere women gathered alone. He was patient now, disciplined. He could wait weeks, months for the perfect opportunity. His apartment became a shrine to his obsessions. Knives organized by size and function. Maps of the city with locations marked in codes only he understood. Newspaper clippings of unsolved attacks that police never connected to him. He was building toward something, preparing for an act so heinous that it would finally satisfy the screaming void inside him. The warning signs were everywhere. Neighbors noticed his odd hours, his windowless van, the way he watched women from his balcony with binoculars. But this was the 1990s, before community alert systems and sex offender registries. Peter Dupas was just another strange loner in a city full of them. What nobody knew, what the police wouldn't discover until it was far too late, was that Peter Dupas had crossed a threshold. He had decided that rape was no longer enough. Violation wasn't sufficient. He needed something more permanent, more final. He needed to kill, and not just kill. He needed to possess, to take pieces of them with him, to create trophies that would never leave, never testify, never heal and move forward with their lives. He wanted to freeze his victims in that perfect moment of terror, to own them in death the way he could never own them in life. The transition from serial rapist to serial killer isn't common, but when it happens, it's catastrophic. And Peter Dupas was about to unleash a reign of terror that would expose every failure of the justice system, every missed opportunity, every ignored warning. 3 women were about to pay with their lives for society's collective blindness. The demon had been born decades ago, but now, finally, after years of waiting and preparing and perfecting his craft, Peter Dupas was ready to become something worse than a demon. He was ready to become a nightmare that would never end. November 1997. Summer was approaching in Melbourne, bringing longer days and the kind of oppressive heat that makes people careless. Margaret Marr, 40 years old, was a psychotherapist, someone who spent her life helping others navigate their darkest thoughts. She understood the human mind, its capacity for trauma, its potential for healing. But she couldn't have understood the mind now focused on her. Peter Dupas had been watching her for weeks, following her from her office to her car, memorizing her schedule, noting when she was alone. Margaret was everything he desired in a victim: confident, independent, educated. Breaking someone like her would be the ultimate achievement. But Margaret wasn't his first choice that month. Before her, there had been another woman, another plan that fell apart at the last second. The hunt hadn't gone as smoothly as he'd imagined. His fantasies of perfect execution were colliding with messy reality. He was frustrated, angry, desperate. That made him more dangerous than ever. On a warm evening, Margaret Marr was going about her routine, completely unaware that death was measuring her from across a parking lot. Peter Dupas watched her with the focused intensity of a predator who'd spotted weakness. This was it. This was his moment. All those years of practice, all those lesser crimes, they had been preparation for this. What happened next is reconstructed from forensic evidence, because Peter Dupas made certain there were no witnesses, no survivors to tell the tale. Margaret simply vanished from the parking lot near her office. No screams, no struggle visible to passers-by. One moment she existed, and the next she was gone, pulled into the dark orbit of a man who had been waiting his entire life for this moment. He took her somewhere private, somewhere he'd prepared. The details revealed in court years later were so disturbing that the judge ordered portions sealed, deemed too graphic for public record. But the essential facts are these: Peter Dupas didn't just kill Margaret Marr. He systematically tortured her, pushing the boundaries of human suffering to limits that defy comprehension. He used his knives with surgical precision, creating wounds designed to maximize pain while preventing death. This wasn't rage. This wasn't even sadism in its conventional form. This was experimentation. Peter Dupas was testing how far he could push the human body, how much agony a person could endure before breaking completely. And when he finally allowed her to die, when he'd extracted everything he wanted from her suffering, he committed an act so depraved that it remains one of the most disturbing elements of his entire case. He mutilated her body post-mortem, removing body parts as trophies. The specific mutilations remain sealed in court documents, but investigators who worked the case have described them as beyond comprehension, suggesting a level of depravity that exists outside normal criminal psychology. He disposed of her body carefully, methodically. No random dumping, no panicked burial. Peter Dupas transported Margaret Marr's remains to a location where he knew she'd be found eventually, because he wanted her found. He wanted the discovery, the horror, the media coverage. He wanted the world to know what he was capable of, even if they didn't yet know his name. Margaret Marr's body was discovered in Bushland, and the homicide squad was immediately activated. The level of violence stunned even veteran detectives. This wasn't a domestic dispute gone wrong or a robbery turned deadly. This was something else entirely. The killer had spent hours with his victim, taking his time, enjoying the process. The investigation began in earnest, but Peter Dupas had left almost nothing behind. No fingerprints, no DNA evidence that technology of the era could process effectively. He'd been careful, obsessively so. The one thing he couldn't control was the profile emerging from the crime scene itself. Forensic psychologists brought in to consult painted a disturbing picture. The killer was organized, experienced, likely had prior offenses. The extended torture suggested someone with profound sexual sadism. The mutilations indicated trophy-taking behavior consistent with serial killers. And the careful disposal suggested someone intelligent, methodical, aware of investigative techniques. They were hunting an apex predator, and they knew it. But hunting and catching are different things entirely. Peter Dupas, meanwhile, was living his perfect fantasy. He'd done it. He'd crossed the ultimate threshold and survived. No lightning bolt from heaven struck him down. No immediate arrest. He'd taken a life, violated it in ways that satisfied his deepest urges, and walked away clean. The high was intoxicating. For someone like Peter Dupas, someone whose entire personality was built around dominance and control, the murder of Margaret Marr represented a watershed moment. He'd discovered that killing wasn't just satisfying, it was transcendent. The power was absolute. The control was complete. And the risk, the chance of capture, only amplified the pleasure. But like any addiction, the high was temporary. Within weeks, the satisfaction began to fade. The memories became insufficient. He needed to experience it again, to feel that godlike power of holding life and death in his hands. The urge wasn't just strong. It was overwhelming, consuming, impossible to resist. Margaret Marr's murder remained unsolved as 1997 became 1998. The homicide squad had suspects, theories, but nothing concrete. They didn't know they were looking for a man already in their databases, someone with a record stretching back decades. The connections weren't being made. The dots remained unconnected, and Peter Dupas was already hunting again. He'd learned from his first kill. The abduction had been slightly sloppy, too much left to chance. Next time would be cleaner, more controlled. He spent months in preparation, refining his technique, scouting locations, selecting his next victim with the care of an artist choosing a subject. His confidence had grown exponentially. He walked through Melbourne feeling invincible, untouchable. He'd committed the perfect murder and gotten away with it. Why would the second be any different? Or the third? He began to imagine a future where he could kill regularly, perhaps even professionally. A serial killer who never got caught, operating in the shadows indefinitely. This escalating confidence made him bolder. He started taking greater risks, hunting in areas with more potential witnesses, shortening the time between his surveillance and his strike. The psychological literature on serial killers shows this pattern repeatedly. Early caution giving way to arrogance, leading inevitably to mistakes. But Peter Dupas didn't feel like he was making mistakes. He felt like he was perfecting his craft. His day-to-day life continued its facade of normalcy. He worked, attended parole meetings when required, interacted with neighbors with polite detachment. Nobody suspected that the quiet man in the apartment complex was now a murderer. Nobody saw the darkness behind his eyes when he watched women walk past. The split between his public persona and his private reality was now complete. Peter Dupas existed in two worlds simultaneously, the mundane world of bills and jobs and casual conversation, and the shadow world of hunting and violence and death. He moved between them seamlessly, code switching with the ease of someone who'd been practicing his entire life. Psychologists would later describe him as one of the most successful compartmentalizers they'd ever studied. His ability to separate his criminal self from his public self was so complete that even when directly confronted with evidence, he could maintain the facade without his physiology betraying him. No elevated stress markers, no tells, perfect control. This is what makes predators like Peter Dupas so dangerous. They don't look like monsters. They don't act like the killers in movies, twitchy and wild-eyed and obviously disturbed. They look like anyone. They are anyone, until the mask slips and the true face emerges. And the true face of Peter Dupas was preparing to emerge again. The city of Melbourne continued its rhythms, unaware that a predator was moving through its streets, selecting his next victim with cold calculation. Somewhere in that vast urban landscape, a woman was going about her life, completely unaware that she'd already been chosen. Her name was Mersina Halvageus, and she had less than 6 months to live. Mersina Halvageus was 19 years old. just 19. An age when life should be expanding, when the future stretches ahead like an unmapped territory full of promise. She had plans, dreams, a family that adored her. She was studying, working, building the foundation of an adult life that would never be realized. November 1st, 1997. Spring in Melbourne, when the city shakes off winter and comes alive again. Mersina had a simple task that day: visit her grandmother's grave at Fawner Cemetery, tend to it, leave flowers, spend a quiet moment in remembrance. It was All Saints' Day, and the cemetery would be busy with others doing the same, paying respects to their departed loved ones. Cemeteries during daylight, especially on significant days, feel safe. They're sacred spaces, places of reverence where the veil between life and death is honored, not violated. Mersina had visited countless times before. There was no reason to fear. Peter Dupas had been hunting in cemeteries. The irony wasn't lost on him, searching for victims among the already dead, adding fresh corpses to fields of old ones. He'd identified Fawner Cemetery as perfect hunting ground. Sprawling, with sections isolated from main paths, plenty of cover, and women who arrived alone, focused inward on grief rather than outward on danger. He'd been there for hours that day, watching, waiting, evaluating targets with the patience of someone who'd learned that haste leads to mistakes. Multiple women had passed through his field of vision, but none met his criteria. Too old, too young, too many companions, wrong physical type. Peter Dupas had standards now. He was selective. And then Mersina appeared. She matched his profile perfectly. Young, attractive, alone. She was focused on finding her grandmother's grave, her attention directed downward at grave markers, not scanning for threats. Perfect target selection. Perfect opportunity. Peter Dupas followed her deeper into the cemetery, maintaining distance, waiting for the ideal moment when isolation was complete. He carried his weapon, always the knife, his trusted tool, concealed but easily accessible. His heart rate remained steady, his breathing calm. This wasn't his first time anymore. He was experienced now. What happened in those final moments of Mersina Helvegis's life will never be fully known. There were no witnesses to the initial attack, but forensic evidence reconstructed the nightmare. Peter Dupas approached her from behind, moving with the stealth he'd practiced for decades. Mersina likely had only seconds to realize something was wrong before he was on her. The attack was swift and brutal. He used his knife immediately, cutting her throat with practiced efficiency. This wasn't like Margaret Marr. There would be no extended torture session, not in a semi-public location. This was a blitz attack, overwhelming force designed to silence and subdue instantly. Mersina fought. The defensive wounds on her hands showed that she tried to protect herself, tried to push away the blade. But she was 19 years old, average build, against a man who'd spent his life perfecting violence. The fight lasted seconds, maybe less than a minute, and then she was dying. Peter Dupas didn't stop with the killing blow. Even as Mersina bled out on the ground, he continued the attack with a frenzy that suggested the monster inside him had slipped its leash. He stabbed her multiple times, far beyond what was necessary to kill. This was about rage now, about power, about the absolute domination of another human being. But the worst was yet to come. In those moments after death, when Mersina's body lay still, and the only sound was his own breathing, Peter Dupas committed an act that would define his depravity for generations of criminologists. He mutilated her body, removing her breasts with his knife, taking them as trophies. This wasn't spontaneous. This was premeditated. Peter Dupas had brought bags with him specifically for this purpose. He'd planned the mutilation before he'd even selected his victim, before he'd even seen Mersina that day. The killing was just the first act. The violation of her corpse was the climax he'd been building toward. He worked quickly but carefully, the way someone works when they've rehearsed in their mind 1,000 times. When he was finished, he concealed Mersina's body in the undergrowth near the grave she'd come to tend, arranged in a way that suggested ritualistic posing. And then he left, walking calmly out of the cemetery carrying his trophies, just another visitor paying respects on All Saints' Day. Hours passed before Mersina was discovered. Her family had been expecting her home, had grown concerned when she didn't return. But cemeteries are large and searches take time. When workers finally found her, the scene was so horrific that hardened cemetery staff were traumatized. This wasn't just murder. This was desecration in a place of sacred rest. The investigation exploded. A 19-year-old girl murdered in a cemetery in broad daylight on a day when hundreds of people were present. It was every detective's nightmare. The brutality of the crime, the mutilations, sent shockwaves through law enforcement. This wasn't a random attack. This was the work of someone profoundly disturbed and profoundly dangerous. The media descended with predictable intensity. Cemetery killer strikes. No woman safe. The headlines screamed terror, and the city responded with panic. Women stopped visiting cemeteries alone. Paranoia infected daily life, and the homicide squad worked around the clock, knowing they were hunting something monstrous. But they had nothing. No witnesses had seen the attack. Security cameras were limited in 1997, especially in sprawling outdoor spaces like cemeteries. The killer had left minimal forensic evidence. They had a profile: male, experienced, sexually motivated, extreme violence, but profiles don't make arrests. The Margaret Marr case was still unsolved. Now they had Marcina Halvages. Detectives began looking for connections, similarities in victim selection and method. Both victims showed signs of knife violence. Both had been isolated when attacked. Both showed evidence of post-mortem mutilation. The possibility of a serial killer operating in Melbourne was now being seriously discussed. Peter Dupas watched the news coverage with satisfaction. They were talking about him even if they didn't know his name. His work was being recognized, analyzed, feared. This was exactly what he wanted: to create terror, to demonstrate his power on a scale that couldn't be ignored. And he was already thinking about his next victim. The high from killing Marcina lasted longer than the high from Margaret Marr. He'd successfully killed twice now, taken trophies both times, and remained uncaught. His confidence wasn't just growing, it was metastasizing into something close to megalomania. He began to believe he was genuinely untouchable, that he'd outsmarted the entire justice system. This is the phase criminologists call the escalation spiral. Each successful kill emboldens the killer, shortens the cooling-off period, increases risk-taking behavior. Peter Dupas was entering this spiral, and there was no indication he had any intention of stopping. But serial killers always make mistakes eventually. The very arrogance that makes them feel invincible is what leads to their capture. They get sloppy, they get careless, they misjudge situations, they underestimate investigators. Peter Dupas had so far been lucky and careful in roughly equal measure. That balance was about to shift. He continued his normal life, the split between his public and private selves now deeper than ever. He could discuss the cemetery murder with neighbors, shake his head in horror at the brutality, express sympathy for the victim's family, all while his trophies sat hidden in his apartment. The cognitive dissonance that would destroy a normal person's psyche didn't even register for Peter Dupas. He existed beyond normal psychology now. The investigation continued through late 1997 and into 1998. Tips flooded in, each one investigated and eliminated. The task force grew larger, more resources were allocated, but the killer remained a ghost. Meanwhile, Peter Dupas was planning his next move, selecting his next victim with the same meticulous care he'd used before. What investigators didn't know, what they couldn't know yet, was that the killer they were hunting was already in their system. Peter Dupas' name was in databases, his record available for review. But without DNA evidence linking him to the crimes, without witnesses, without the technology that would later make such connections routine, he remained invisible. The justice system's earlier failures were now compounding. Every time they'd released him, every light sentence, every ignored warning from psychologists, all of it had led to this. 2 women dead, mutilated, their families destroyed, and the killer preparing for more. Marcina Halvages' murder would haunt Melbourne for years. The randomness of it, the violation of a sacred space, the youth of the victim, all of it created a scar on the city's psyche. Parents held their daughters closer. Women changed their routines. Fear became a constant companion. And Peter Dupas fed on that fear. It validated him, proved his power. He wasn't just killing individuals anymore. He was terrorizing an entire city. The scope of his impact was intoxicating, but the investigation was quietly tightening. Detectives were building databases, cross-referencing unsolved attacks, looking for patterns in criminal records. They didn't know they were closing in on Peter Dupas specifically, but the net was slowly, inexorably contracting. And Peter Dupas, blinded by his own success, couldn't see it coming. April 1999, 16 months since Marcina Helvagis. The cemetery murder remained unsolved, a cold case that haunted every detective who'd worked it. But they hadn't stopped. New investigative techniques were being developed, DNA analysis was becoming more sophisticated, and the net was tightening in ways Peter Dupas couldn't perceive. He'd been relatively quiet since Marcina, not because the urge had diminished, but because he was being more selective, more careful. The media attention had been intense, and even his arrogance had limits. But the cooling-off period was ending. The demon was hungry again. Nicole Patterson was 28 years old, a sex worker operating in Melbourne's red light district. Peter Dupas had shifted his hunting grounds, recognizing that sex workers made ideal victims for serial killers. They went with strangers willingly, often told no one where they were going, and their disappearances were sometimes delayed in being reported. He approached her as a client, the transaction routine and unremarkable. Nicole had done this countless times, assessed countless men, made countless judgments about safety and risk. Whatever she saw in Peter Dupas that night, it wasn't enough to trigger alarm. He was calm, polite, seemed normal. They went to a location he'd chosen, another element of his evolved methodology. He was controlling every variable now, leaving nothing to chance. The location was isolated, private, perfect for what he had planned. Nicole Patterson's murder was every bit as brutal as the previous two. Peter Dupas used his knife with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd killed before, who knew exactly where to cut to maximize pain and minimize quick death. He tortured her, just as he'd tortured Margaret Marr, pushing the boundaries of suffering to their absolute limits. The mutilations that followed were now his signature. He removed her breasts with surgical precision, taking his trophies with the methodical care of someone who'd perfected his technique. This was routine for him now, an expected part of the ritual. But this time, Peter Dupas made his first significant mistake. In his arrogance, in his certainty that he was untouchable, he'd grown slightly careless about evidence. A fiber here, a trace there, microscopic indicators that would have meant nothing in 1997 but were now detectable with improving forensic technology. He didn't know it yet, but he'd left breadcrumbs that would lead directly back to him. Nicole Patterson's body was discovered, and the homicide squad immediately recognized the signature. The mutilations matched the previous victims. They were dealing with the same killer, now confirmed as a serial murderer with 3 known victims. The task force expanded again, resources poured in, and the investigation took on new urgency. But they also had something they hadn't had before: forensic evidence that could be compared against databases of known offenders. This is where Peter Dupas' extensive criminal record became his downfall. His DNA was on file from previous convictions. When the trace evidence from Nicole Patterson's murder was analyzed and compared, algorithms started making connections. It wasn't immediate, the technology was still developing, the databases still being built. But slowly, inevitably, his name began appearing in investigative reports. Detectives began looking into Peter Dupas specifically. His record was stunning: decades of sexual violence, escalating severity, multiple psychiatric evaluations warning of his danger. How had this man been free to kill? The question would torment investigators for years. They started surveillance, watched his movements, his routines, building a case while ensuring he didn't claim another victim. And what they saw confirmed every suspicion. Peter Dupas was still hunting. They observed him following women, stalking through areas where his previous victims had been taken, exhibiting all the behaviors of an active predator. The decision was made to move in before he could kill again. August 1999. For months after Nicole Patterson's murder, Peter Dupas was arrested and charged with her murder first, as that was where they had the strongest forensic evidence. When police searched his apartment, they found a nightmare made manifest. The trophies were there, preserved body parts from his victims, kept in freezers, displayed in jars, treated like collectibles. Knives of every size and description, many showing traces of blood. Photographs he'd taken, documenting his crimes. Evidence linking him to Margaret Marr and Mersina Helvetius, making the connections undeniable. Peter Dupas didn't confess, he never would. Even when confronted with overwhelming evidence, he maintained a cold detachment, refusing to give investigators the satisfaction of admission. His lack of emotion was striking. Detectives described interviewing him as like interviewing a machine. No effect, no remorse, no recognition that he'd destroyed lives and families. The trials began, and Australia watched in horror as the full scope of Peter Dupas' depravity was revealed in court. The forensic evidence was irrefutable. The testimony from experts painted a picture of one of the most dangerous predators the country had ever produced. And the details of the murders, the torture, the mutilations, the trophy-taking, shocked even hardened court personnel. In 2000, Peter Dupas was convicted of the murder of Mersina Helvetius. Life imprisonment with no possibility of parole. But the justice system wasn't finished with him. In 2007, after years of investigation, he was convicted of Margaret Marr's murder. Another life sentence, this one explicitly without parole eligibility. And in 2010, the third conviction came for the murder of Nicole Patterson. A third life sentence, ensuring that Peter Dupas would never breathe free air again. The psychological evaluations conducted during his trials revealed a man who had essentially stopped being human in any meaningful sense. He showed no capacity for empathy, no recognition of his victims as people rather than objects. When asked about the murders, he displayed the same emotional resonance someone might show when discussing what they'd had for breakfast. One psychologist described him as the closest thing to pure evil I've encountered in 30 years of practice. Another noted that if you were designing a predator from scratch, you'd produce Peter Dupas. The question of how he'd been allowed to operate for so long led to systemic investigations. The parole board failures, the inadequate sentences for his earlier crimes, the ignored warnings from psychiatric professionals. All of it was examined and found wanting. Changes were implemented, but they came too late for Margaret Marr, Mersina Helvetius, and Nicole Patterson. The families of his victims spoke in court, their impact statements revealing the crater-sized holes left in their lives. Mersina's parents described a daughter full of promise, stolen in the most horrific way imaginable. Margaret's family spoke of a healer who dedicated her life to helping others, destroyed by someone beyond help. Nicole's loved ones remembered a woman trying to survive in difficult circumstances, whose life was worth every bit as much as any other. Peter Dupas showed no reaction to any of it. He remains in prison today, spending 23 hours a day in his cell, isolated from the general population for his own protection. Other inmates have attempted to attack him multiple times. Even in prison, there are hierarchies of evil, and child murderers and women killers occupy the lowest rungs. But Peter Dupas appears unbothered by his circumstances. Prison psychologists report that he expresses no regret for his crimes, only for being caught. He spends his time reading, writing letters that reveal his ongoing lack of empathy, and presumably reliving his crimes in memory. The question that haunts everyone who's studied his case is simple but terrifying. How many other victims were there? 3 murders are confirmed, but Peter Dupas had decades of opportunity before his arrest. Multiple unsolved murders and disappearances of women in Melbourne during his active years have characteristics consistent with his methodology. He's never confessed to additional crimes, likely never will. The exact number of his victims will probably die with him. The case of Peter Dupas stands as one of Australia's most horrific examples of serial murder, but also as a stark illustration of systemic failure. Every institution that touched him failed to stop him. Every opportunity to protect society from his escalating violence was missed or mishandled. The justice system gave him light sentences. The parole boards released him repeatedly. The psychiatric professionals who identified him as high risk were ignored. And 3 women paid with their lives for those collective failures. Today, Peter Dupas is in his 70s, likely to die in prison. There will be no tearful redemption, no late-life transformation. He is what he's always been, a predator who views other humans as prey, who found pleasure in suffering, who represents the absolute worst of what human beings can become. His name is now synonymous with evil in Australia, spoken in the same breath as the country's most notorious killers. But unlike some serial killers who've been mythologized or sensationalized into almost supernatural figures, there's nothing remarkable about Peter Dupas. He's not particularly intelligent, not uniquely charismatic, not possessed of any special abilities. He's simply a man who decided very early in life that his desires mattered more than others' humanity. A man who refined cruelty into craft, who treated murder as art, who lived entirely for himself with no recognition of the devastation he caused. And that, perhaps, is the most terrifying thing about Peter Dupas. He's not an aberration. He's not a monster from outside human experience. He's what happens when every moral restraint is stripped away, when empathy dies, when the darkness that exists in human nature is allowed to flourish unchecked. The families of his victims continue their lives, carrying scars that will never fully heal. The investigators who worked his case remain haunted by the images they can never unsee. And Peter Dupas sits in his cell, the demon finally caged, but the damage permanent and irreversible. This is his legacy. 3 lives destroyed, countless others damaged, and a stark reminder that true evil doesn't announce itself with horns and fangs. It walks among us with a human face, patient and deliberate, waiting for the moment when society looks away. The investigation into Peter Dupas' life has become a case study in criminal psychology programs worldwide. Students analyze his progression from adolescent offender to serial killer, tracking the escalation that every expert predicted but no system prevented. His case appears in textbooks under chapters titled Systemic Failure and The Making of a Serial Killer. But beyond the academic analysis, beyond the forensic reports and psychological profiles, 3 women remain at the heart of this horror. Margaret Marr, who dedicated her life to healing minds, never knowing that a mind beyond healing was watching her. Mersina Halvageus, 19 years old with her entire future ahead of her, murdered in a place meant for honoring the dead. Nicole Patterson, trying to survive in circumstances society often judges rather than protects, becoming prey to a predator who saw her vulnerability as opportunity. Their names deserve to be remembered not just as victims, but as people. Margaret's colleagues speak of her compassion, her dedication to her patients, the lives she touched and improved. Mersina's family remembers her laughter, her plans for university, the grandson her grandmother would never meet. Nicole's friends recall her kindness, her struggles, her humanity in circumstances that demanded resilience. Peter Dupas tried to reduce them to objects, to trophies, to manifestations of his own twisted desires. But they were so much more than what he made them in those final moments. They were daughters, friends, members of a community. They had favorite songs and foods they didn't like and inside jokes and dreams for tomorrow. They were fully realized human beings whose lights were extinguished by someone who had no light of his own. The question that emerges from the darkness of this case isn't just, how did this happen? But, how do we ensure it never happens again? The answer is uncomfortable because it requires acknowledging hard truths about how society handles violent offenders, how seriously we take early warning signs, and how we balance rehabilitation with public safety. After Peter Dupas' convictions, Australia implemented significant reforms to its parole and monitoring systems. Sex offender registries became more comprehensive. Risk assessment protocols were overhauled. The threshold for releasing violent offenders was substantially raised. These changes came too late for his victims, but they've potentially saved countless others. Yet even with these improvements, the fundamental challenge remains. Predicting human behavior is an imperfect science. Not every violent offender becomes a murderer. Not every early crime indicates a trajectory towards serial killing. The system must balance individual rights against collective safety, and that balance is never perfect. What makes Peter Dupas' case so particularly chilling is how ordinary he appeared. Neighbors described him as quiet, unremarkable. He held jobs, paid rent, maintained the facade of normalcy. There was no obvious external marker that distinguished him from any other person walking down the street. The monster wore a completely convincing human mask. This is the nightmare that haunts us, that evil doesn't always announce itself. That the person sitting next to you on the bus, standing behind you in line, living in the apartment above, might be harboring thoughts and desires that exist beyond the boundaries of human morality. We want to believe we'd recognize it, sense it, feel some primal warning. But Peter Dupas proves that's a comfortable delusion. The detectives who finally caught him speak about the case with a mixture of satisfaction and profound sadness. They stopped him, yes. They ensured he'd never kill again. But they couldn't undo the damage, couldn't resurrect the dead, couldn't erase the trauma inflicted on families who would carry this burden for generations. One detective, now retired, gave an interview years after the conviction. He described the moment they found the trophies in Dupas' apartment, the physical revulsion that overcame him, the nightmares that followed. "You can't unsee something like that," he said. "You can't unknow that humans are capable of such things. It changes you fundamentally. That change, that loss of innocence about human nature, is another of Peter Dupas' legacies. Everyone who touched his case, from police to prosecutors to jurors to journalists covering the trials, came away altered. They'd looked into an abyss and found it looking back with empty, pitiless eyes. Peter Dupas himself has given few interviews over the years. In the rare conversations he's had with psychiatrists and journalists, he remains utterly unrepentant. He speaks about his crimes with clinical detachment, as if discussing events that happened to someone else. When pressed about his victims' humanity, about their suffering, about the families destroyed, he shows no emotional response whatsoever. "They were there," he said in one chilling interview excerpt that was later published. "I wanted something, and they were there." The reduction of human beings to opportunities, to objects that happened to be available when his desires demanded satisfaction. This is the core of his pathology. An absolute absence of empathy so complete that it defies normal psychological frameworks. Some experts have suggested that Peter Dupas may represent a category of offender beyond even psychopathy. Someone whose brain simply doesn't process other humans as anything other than potential tools or obstacles. Brain scans conducted during his incarceration showed abnormalities in regions associated with empathy and emotional processing, though whether these were cause or effect of his behavior remains debated. But understanding the mechanism doesn't diminish the horror. If anything, it makes it worse. The idea that someone could be born or shaped into something so fundamentally broken that redemption isn't even theoretically possible. Peter Dupas will never be released. He will never be rehabilitated. He will die in prison, and the world will be objectively safer for his absence. The ripples of his crimes extend far beyond his immediate victims. Mersina's father died years after her murder, his health destroyed by grief and stress. Margaret's clients, many already dealing with trauma, had to process the violent death of their therapist. Nicole's children grew up without their mother, their lives forever altered by her absence. And then there are the secondary victims, the first responders who found the bodies, the forensic technicians who processed the crime scenes, the jurors who had to view evidence so disturbing that some required counseling afterward. Peter Dupas' evil metastasized outward, infecting everyone it touched. Today, visits to Fauner Cemetery include a memorial for Mersina Helvagius, placed near where she was killed. It's become a site of reflection not just for her family, but for all who want to remember that violence can strike anywhere, even in places we consider sacred. The cemetery has also implemented security measures that didn't exist in 1997, cameras, regular patrols, better lighting in isolated sections. These are small consolations. They don't bring Mersina back. They don't erase the horror of what happened to her. But they represent society's attempt to learn, to adapt, to protect future potential victims from predators who still walk among us. Because Peter Dupas was not unique. He was not the last. Serial killers continue to emerge, continue to hunt, continue to kill until they're caught or die. The patterns repeat with disturbing regularity. Early violence ignored or inadequately punished, escalation over time, eventual catastrophic crimes that shock the conscience. The lesson of Peter Dupas is not that evil is incomprehensible. It's that evil is entirely comprehensible, predictable, even if we're willing to see the warning signs and act on them decisively. His entire criminal history was a flashing red alarm that everyone heard but no one acted on with sufficient force. How many Peter Dupas are in the system right now? How many violent offenders with escalating records are being released with inadequate monitoring? How many psychiatric evaluations warning of high reoffense risk are being filed away and forgotten? These are uncomfortable questions without easy answers. What we know with certainty is this: 3 women are dead who should be alive. They should be middle-aged now, living full lives, making memories with people they love. Instead, they're eternal victims, frozen in time at the moments of their deaths, remembered primarily for how they died rather than how they lived. Peter Dupas tried to steal even their humanity in death, reducing them to trophies, to objects for his collection. But their families and communities have fought to reclaim their memories, to insist on their personhood, to ensure they're remembered as more than what was done to them. Margaret Marr was a healer. Marcina Halvageus was full of promise. Nicole Patterson was a survivor. These are their stories, not Peter Dupas' story. He's merely the darkness that passed through their lives and extinguished them. The monster is caged now, growing old in a cell where he'll spend his remaining years. He'll never again feel the thrill of the hunt, never again wield his knives against helpless victims, never again take his grotesque trophies. Society has finally, belatedly, permanently stopped him. But the damage is eternal. The lives taken cannot be restored. The families shattered cannot be made whole. The innocence lost cannot be recovered. Peter Dupas' legacy is written in blood and grief and the permanent absence of 3 women who deserved so much better than what he gave them. This is the truth about monsters. They're real, they're human, and they're only stopped when we decide to stop them. Every failure to act, every inadequate sentence, every ignored warning creates space for evil to flourish. Peter Dupas flourished for decades, fed by a system that valued his rights over public safety, that chose optimism about rehabilitation over realistic assessment of danger. And 3 women paid the ultimate price for those choices. Their names were Margaret Marr, Marcina Halvageus, Nicole Patterson. Remember them not as victims, but as people who deserve to live. Remember them as the human beings Peter Dupas tried to erase but never could. And remember that the darkness that consumed them isn't vanquished. It's only contained, waiting for the next time society looks away, the next time warnings are ignored, the next time a predator is released to hunt again. The demon is caged, but demons are patient, and society's memory is tragically short. If you're new here, welcome to the channel, where we dive into true crime stories with calmness and respect. A special shout out to my amazing subscribers who've been with me from the start. Thank you for your incredible support. If you're still with me, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. Or just say hello so I know you're still here. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and hit subscribe so you won't miss any of our upcoming true crime stories perfect for winding down. Now, let's move on to our second story. Story 2, The Cradle of Death, Francis Knorr's Kingdom of Silent Screams. Melbourne, 1893. While proper ladies promenade through gaslit streets and church bells rang out Sunday salvation, a woman with kind eyes and gentle hands was transforming her home into an abattoir for the innocent. Francis Knorr didn't wield a blade in dark alleys or strike in moments of passion. No, her weapons were far more insidious. Chloroform-soaked rags, deliberate neglect, and the crushing weight of pillow fabric pressed against infant faces too weak to fight back. She advertised her services in newspapers, promising desperate mothers that their unwanted babies would find loving homes. Instead, she delivered them straight into unmarked graves. For a few pounds sterling, Francis would take your problem away, permanently. The tiny bodies piled up like discarded dolls, each one a transaction, each death a business decision made with chilling calculation. This is the story of Australia's most prolific baby farmer, a woman who turned maternity into murder, who smiled while suffocating newborns, and who almost escaped justice entirely. What you're about to hear will disturb you, not because it's ancient history, but because of how methodically, how ruthlessly, and how efficiently one woman became an industry of infant death. The advertisement appeared innocent enough, tucked between notices for piano lessons and household servants in the Melbourne Argus. Respectable woman willing to adopt infant. Excellent references. Loving home guaranteed. Reasonable terms. Frances Lydia Alice nor placed these advertisements with practiced regularity. Her handwriting neat, her promises convincing. She understood something fundamental about Victorian society, that shame was a currency more powerful than gold, and that desperate women would pay anything to make their scandals disappear. Frances wasn't born a monster. She entered the world as Frances Isabella Ballard in 1868, in the industrial grimness of Staffordshire, England. Her childhood remains largely shadowed, though records suggest a respectable enough upbringing. She married young, too young, to a man named Rudolf Knorr, a German immigrant with wandering eyes and unsteady employment. The marriage soured quickly, curdling into resentment and financial desperation. When Rudolph's work took them to Australia in the late 1880s, Frances saw opportunity where others saw only hardship. Melbourne was booming. Gold rush money had transformed it into the jewel of the British Empire's southern holdings. But underneath the guilt and grandeur festered darker realities. Unwed mothers faced social annihilation. A pregnant servant girl could expect immediate dismissal, family rejection, and a lifetime of destitution. The workhouses overflowed with women whose only crime was biology and bad luck. Into this desperate marketplace stepped the baby farmers, women who, for a fee, would adopt inconvenient children. Some baby farmers operated legitimately, genuinely placing children with families. Others ran appalling institutions where neglect and disease did the killing slowly. Frances nor chose a more direct approach. She would perfect murder into a system, an assembly line of death that operated with business efficiency. Her operation began modestly in 1892, when she and Rudolph rented a small cottage in East Melbourne. The house at number 57 Burwood Street seemed unremarkable. Weatherboard construction, a modest garden, lace curtains in the windows. Neighbors would later describe Frances as pleasant, well-dressed, and fond of children. They had no idea that behind those lace curtains, she was establishing protocols for infanticide. The process was always similar. A desperate woman, usually a servant impregnated by her employer, a factory girl abandoned by her lover, or a young wife carrying evidence of adultery, would respond to Frances's advertisement. They would meet, often in a tea room or park, where Frances would present herself as salvation incarnate. She spoke of her own lovely children, a fabrication, her comfortable home, her husband's steady income. She would quote a price, typically between £5 and £20, depending on the mother's desperation, and promise that the child would want for nothing. The mothers rarely asked questions. They couldn't afford to. Frances understood this implicitly. She recognized that these women were drowning, and drowning people don't scrutinize the lifeline thrown to them. They simply grab hold and pray. Once payment was secured, always in advance, always in cash, the transaction would conclude quickly. Frances preferred taking the infants immediately, while they were still newborns, before the mothers could develop attachments that might inspire inconvenient second thoughts. She would bundle the baby in whatever blankets the mother provided, offer reassurances about regular updates, which never came, and disappear into Melbourne's teeming streets. What happened next was where Frances's true nature revealed itself. Most of the babies died within hours of leaving their mother's arms. Frances employed several methods, each chosen for efficiency and discretion. Chloroform was her favorite tool. A few drops on a cloth pressed over a tiny nose and mouth would send an infant into unconsciousness within seconds, death following shortly after. The chemical was easily obtained from chemists, ostensibly for household use, and left minimal evidence. A baby who died from chloroform inhalation could be explained away as sudden infant death, a tragedy but not uncommon in an era of high infant mortality. When chloroform wasn't available, Frances used suffocation. She would simply press a pillow or folded cloth over the infant's face, applying steady pressure until the struggling stopped. Newborns are remarkably fragile. Their necks cannot support their heads. Their lungs are underdeveloped. Their ability to fight for survival almost non-existent. It took less than 3 minutes for Frances to transform a living, breathing child into a corpse. Sometimes she employed neglect as her weapon. She would simply stop feeding a baby, letting starvation do its slow, agonizing work. Infants would cry themselves into exhausted silence over the course of days, their bodies consuming themselves, their skin shrinking against their skulls until they resembled tiny mummies. This method was riskier. The prolonged crying might alert neighbors, but Frances used it when she had multiple babies simultaneously and wanted to stagger the deaths to avoid suspicion. The disposal of bodies presented logistical challenges that Frances solved with disturbing pragmatism. She couldn't simply throw corpses into the street or leave them in rubbish heaps. Melbourne's sanitation workers would find them, triggering investigations. Instead, Frances developed a system. Small bodies could be concealed easily. She wrapped them in newspaper or old sheets, tied the bundles with twine, and carried them out after dark. Sometimes she buried them in the garden, shallow graves that she disguised with flower beds. The roses at number 57 Burwood Street bloomed spectacularly, nourished by decomposing infants. Other times, she dumped bodies in the Yarra River, weighting the bundles with rocks so they would sink into the muddy bottom. Melbourne's river was already polluted with industrial waste and sewage. A few more small packages went unnoticed. Frances kept meticulous financial records but no accounting of her victims. The money mattered, the babies did not. She viewed them as products, as problems solved, as transactions completed. There was no remorse, no hesitation, no moment when her hands trembled or her conscience whispered protests. She killed with the emotional engagement of someone wringing out laundry. It was simply work that needed doing. By early 1893, Frances had refined her operation into a grotesque efficiency. She was advertising in multiple newspapers simultaneously, sometimes under different names: Mrs. Thompson, Mrs. James, Mrs. Williams. She rented additional properties to spread out the killings, preventing any single location from accumulating too many infant deaths. She cultivated relationships with midwives and charitable organizations, positioning herself as a respectable option for infant placement. The money flowed steadily, enough for Frances to dress well, to maintain appearances, to present herself as a woman of modest but comfortable means. Rudolph knew, of course. He had to. The crying babies, the sudden silences, the small bundles his wife carried out at night. He was complicit through willful ignorance, if not active participation. Later, he would claim complete ignorance, but the evidence suggests otherwise. He helped rent the properties, managed some of the financial transactions, and certainly benefited from the income. Whether he actually murdered any children himself remains unclear, but his hands were bloody nonetheless. The true horror wasn't just the killing, it was the scale. Frances nor didn't murder in passion or rage. She murdered as industry, as business model, as sustainable income stream. Each dead baby represented profit. Each suffocated infant was a problem eliminated, a transaction completed, a satisfied customer who would never ask questions because asking questions meant admitting to abandoning her child. Frances understood something that made her particularly dangerous. She recognized that society's shame could be weaponized. The mothers who gave her their babies were accomplices in their own children's murders, even if they didn't realize it. Their desperation, their social vulnerability, their need to hide evidence of sexual transgression. These were the foundations upon which Frances built her empire of death. And for over a year, she operated with complete impunity. The babies died, the mothers disappeared back into their lives, and Frances continued advertising. Melbourne's newspapers carried her promises of loving homes and proper care, while Melbourne's earth and water concealed the tiny bodies that proved otherwise. But empires built on corpses eventually collapse. The foundation cracks. The earth gives up its secrets, and sometimes justice arrives through the most unexpected channels, not through brilliant detective work or dramatic investigation, but through simple, stupid human error. Frances Knorr's mistake, when it finally came, would be almost absurdly mundane. but its consequences would tear open her carefully constructed facade and reveal the charnel house that lurked behind her respectable smile. October 1893. The Melbourne spring arrived with its characteristic fickleness. Warm days punctuated by sudden cold snaps, sunshine alternating with torrential rain. The weather's unpredictability mirrored the chaos about to engulf Frances Knorr's carefully ordered world. Her downfall began not with police investigation or community suspicion, but with a landlady's complaint about unpaid rent and strange smells emanating from number 57 Burwood Street. Mrs. Sarah Macon, the property owner, had grown increasingly concerned about her tenants. The Knorrs paid late, made excuses, and worst of all, generated complaints from neighbors about crying babies at odd hours followed by suspicious silences. When Frances and Rudolph suddenly vacated the premises in mid-October without proper notice, abandoning furniture and personal effects, Mrs. Macon decided to inspect the property before reletting it. What she found in the garden would haunt her remaining days. The roses had been blooming magnificently, their crimson petals almost obscene in their vitality. Mrs. Macon, thinking to transplant some of the bushes to her own home, began digging around the root systems. Her spade struck something that wasn't stone or root, something that compressed under pressure with a sickening give. She scraped away more soil, confused by the texture, until the newspaper wrapping became visible. Then the smell hit her, sweet, putrid, unmistakable. Mrs. Macon dropped the spade and ran. The police arrived within the hour. Detective Inspector Frederick Urquhart, a methodical Scotsman with 20 years' experience, took charge of the investigation. What his men unearthed from that garden transformed a landlord-tenant dispute into one of Australia's most notorious murder cases. The first body, a girl, perhaps 3 months old, wrapped in pages from the age dated July 1893, came out of the ground near the largest rosebush. Then another, this one smaller, barely the size of a loaf of bread, wrapped in a bloody petticoat. Then a third, and a fourth. The digging continued into the evening, hurricane lamps casting grotesque shadows as more bundles emerged from the earth. By midnight, they had found 13 infant corpses in various states of decomposition. Some were little more than skeletons held together by scraps of cloth. Others were fresher, flesh still clinging to tiny bones, eye sockets filled with cemetery dirt. The smallest appeared newborn, umbilical cords still attached. The oldest might have been 6 or 7 months based on skeletal development. Detective Urquhart had investigated murders before, domestic violence, pub brawls gone fatal, the occasional gang killing, but nothing had prepared him for this. These weren't bodies. They were products disposed of with the casual efficiency of someone discarding rubbish. The newspaper wrapping suggested organization, planning, routine. This wasn't a crime of passion. This was murder as methodology. The immediate question, who were Frances and Rudolph Knorr, and where had they gone? Tracking them proved surprisingly easy. The Knorrs had fled Melbourne, but not far. Railway ticket records showed they'd traveled to Sydney, and they'd been foolish enough to use their real names. Rudolph had found work at a boarding house in Newtown, and Frances had already begun placing new advertisements in Sydney newspapers offering infant adoption services. She was preparing to start again. The New South Wales police arrested both Knorrs on October 20th. Frances was in her parlor when they arrived, interviewing a young woman carrying a 3-week-old baby girl. The transaction was minutes from completion. Money changing hands, promises being made, when Detective Sergeant James Murphy walked through the door. Frances's reaction, according to Murphy's later testimony, was chillingly calm. She didn't scream or protest. She simply asked if she might finish making tea before they departed, as though being arrested for mass infanticide was a minor social inconvenience. The young mother, suddenly understanding how close she'd come to unknowingly murdering her own child, collapsed into hysterics. The extradition back to Melbourne took 3 days. During the journey, Frances maintained complete composure. She ate her meals, slept soundly, and chatted pleasantly with her guards about the weather and scenery. She asked after their families, complimented the quality of the tea, and showed precisely zero emotional response to the charges being leveled against her. It was as though she dissociated entirely from the reality of her situation, or more disturbingly, as though she genuinely saw nothing wrong with what she'd done. Rudolph, by contrast, fell apart immediately. He wept, babbled excuses, and blamed Francis for everything. According to his frantic testimonies, he'd known nothing, suspected nothing, been an innocent bystander to horrors perpetrated entirely by his wife. The police didn't believe him, but his willingness to testify against Francis made him valuable. They struck a deal: full cooperation in exchange for lesser charges. Back in Melbourne, the investigation expanded exponentially. Detective Urquhart and his team began tracing Francis's movements over the previous 18 months. They interviewed chemists who'd sold her chloroform. They tracked down the sources of her various newspaper advertisements. They searched her other rental properties. At a cottage in Carlton, they found 7 more bodies buried under the kitchen floorboards. At a house in Fitzroy, another 4 corpses stuffed into a disused well. The body count climbed steadily, 24 confirmed victims, with strong suspicions of many more that would never be recovered. The Yarra River held its secrets tightly, and Francis had operated for over a year before the Burwood Street discovery. How many bundles had she dumped into that muddy water? How many tiny skeletons rested on the riverbed, unrecoverable, uncounted? The newspapers exploded with sensational coverage. The Argus, the Age, the Herald, every publication ran daily updates, each story more lurid than the last. The baby farming murderess became Francis's epithet, splashed across front pages alongside artists' renderings of her face. The public was simultaneously horrified and fascinated. How could a woman, a mother figure, supposedly possessed of natural feminine gentleness, commit such atrocities? How could she kill infants with such mechanical efficiency? The Victorian era's cult of motherhood made Francis's crimes particularly shocking. Women were supposed to be nurturing, self-sacrificing, innately protective of children. Francis violated every assumption about feminine nature. She was the dark inverse of Victorian motherhood, using maternal appearance to facilitate mass murder. The press coverage served another purpose. It brought forward witnesses. Women who'd given Francis their babies came forward, horrified by the realization of what they'd done. Most had never questioned the adoption arrangements. They'd paid their money, handed over their infants, and returned to their lives, grateful to have their scandals erased. Now they had to confront the fact that they'd paid for their own children's murders. One woman, identified only as Miss A.L. in court records, provided particularly devastating testimony. She'd been a housemaid, impregnated by her employer's son. Facing immediate dismissal and family disgrace, she'd responded to Francis's advertisement. They'd met in Fitzroy Gardens on a sunny April afternoon. Francis had been warm, understanding, sympathetic. She'd held the baby, a boy just 10 days old, and cooed over him, praising his beautiful eyes and healthy color. She'd charged Miss A.L. £15, nearly a year's wages for a housemaid. The young woman had scraped together the money by selling every possession she owned. Francis had taken the baby and disappeared into the crowd of Sunday strollers. Miss A.L. never saw her son again. She tried to forget, to convince herself he was happy and well cared for somewhere. Learning the truth shattered her. She attempted suicide 3 days after Francis's arrest, slitting her wrists in a Carlton boarding house. She survived but remained institutionalized for years afterward, destroyed by guilt and grief. Her story was one of dozens. The investigation team heard similar accounts repeatedly. Desperate women, impossible situations, Francis's false promises, the terrible realization that their children had died within hours of leaving their arms. Some of the mothers were sympathetic figures, victims of assault, economic exploitation, social cruelty. Others were less sympathetic, married women trying to hide evidence of adultery, prostitutes viewing pregnancy as occupational hazard. But all shared the same agonizing knowledge that they'd inadvertently paid for their children's executions. Detective Urquhart faced a complex challenge. The law around baby farming was murky. Running an unlicensed adoption service was illegal but carried minimal penalties. Neglect resulting in death could be prosecuted, but proving intentional murder required evidence of premeditation and deliberate action. The decomposed state of most bodies made determining cause of death difficult. Chloroform poisoning left no trace after death. Suffocation was nearly impossible to prove in a skeleton. The prosecution needed something concrete, indisputable, impossible to explain away as accident or neglect. They found it in the body of baby Violet Elizabeth Duncan, one of the freshest corpses recovered from the Burwood Street garden. Violet had been 6 weeks old when her mother, a domestic servant named Martha Duncan, handed her to Frances on September 15th. Martha had paid £12, nearly everything she had. The baby had been healthy, well-fed, and according to Martha's heartbreaking testimony, had just started smiling. Frances took Violet at 2 in the afternoon. Based on the timeline, Violet was dead before sunset. Dr. Charles Shields, the police surgeon, performed the autopsy. Violet's body had been buried for only about 5 weeks. Decomposition was advanced but not complete. Crucially, Dr. Shields found evidence of chloroform in the remaining tissue. He also discovered petechial hemorrhaging in what remained of the eyes and lungs, tiny burst blood vessels consistent with suffocation. The combination was damning. Frances had used chloroform to sedate Violet, then suffocated her, ensuring death. This wasn't neglect. This wasn't accident. This was premeditated, deliberate murder. The prosecution built their case around Violet Duncan. They could prove Frances had taken custody of a healthy infant. They could prove the infant was dead within hours. They could prove the cause of death was violent and intentional. They had motive, the £12 Martha paid. They had opportunity, Frances's sole custody of the child. They had method, physical evidence of chloroform and suffocation. Frances was formally charged with Violet's murder on November 2nd, 1893. Additional charges were pending as the investigation continued, but the prosecution decided to focus on this single, provable case. If they could secure a murder conviction for Violet, they could ensure Frances faced the death penalty without needing to prosecute every suspected killing. The preliminary hearing took place in mid-November at the Melbourne Magistrates' Court. The courtroom overflowed with spectators, mostly women, who'd queued for hours to see the baby farming murderess in person. When Frances entered, escorted by constables, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. She looked so ordinary. She wore a simple black dress, her hair neatly arranged, her expression calm. She could have been anyone's neighbor, anyone's sister, anyone's friend. That ordinariness made her crimes more terrifying, not less. Monsters were supposed to look monstrous. Frances looked like someone who'd serve you tea and ask about your children. The evidence presentation took 3 days. Witness after witness testified to Frances's advertisements, her business practices, her payments received. Dr. Shields explained his autopsy findings in clinical detail, describing how chloroform and suffocation worked in tandem to kill an infant. Martha Duncan sobbed through her testimony, describing her daughter's smile and the last time she'd held her. Detective Urquhart walked the court through the investigation, from Mrs. Macon's discovery to Frances's arrest. Through it all, Frances sat perfectly still, showing no reaction. She didn't weep or wring her hands. She didn't protest her innocence or plead for understanding. She simply existed, a void in human form, present but somehow absent. The magistrate committed her to trial on murder charges. The trial date was set for January 1894. Frances was remanded to Melbourne jail to await her fate. As guards escorted her from the courtroom, someone in the public gallery shouted, "How could you?" Frances turned, met the woman's eyes and smiled. A small, cold expression that contained no warmth, no remorse, no humanity. Then she was gone, disappearing down the stairs to the holding cells below, leaving behind a courtroom full of people who just glimpsed something genuinely evil. Melbourne jail squatted like a stone plague on Russell Street, its bluestone walls absorbing light and hope with equal efficiency. Frances nor occupied cell number 7 in the women's wing. A space barely larger than a coffin stood on end. 8 feet long, 6 feet wide. A single barred window set high in the wall. The cell's previous occupant had been Martha Needle, herself a poisoner, hanged in 1894. Frances would follow her to the gallows, though neither woman knew it yet as 1893 bled into 1894. The trial of the baby farming murderess became a social event, grotesque as that sounds. The public gallery sold out weeks in advance, with tickets changing hands on the black market for astronomical sums. Wealthy women treated it like theater, arriving in their finest dresses, bringing opera glasses to better observe the defendant. The press corps numbered over 50 journalists, representing newspapers from Melbourne, Sydney, Adelaide, even London. Everyone wanted to witness the spectacle of a woman accused of industrialized infanticide. The trial commenced on January 15, 1894, before Justice Edward Williams in the Supreme Court of Victoria. Williams was known for his harsh sentencing and lack of patience for emotional appeals. The prosecution, led by Crown Solicitor William Templeton, had spent 2 months building an overwhelming case. The defense, handled by a junior barrister named Charles Wentworth, faced an impossible task defending the indefensible. Jury selection took most of the first day. The defense challenged every potential juror who expressed strong opinions about baby farming or admitted to reading newspaper coverage. Given that every newspaper in Australia had covered the case extensively, finding impartial jurors proved nearly impossible. Eventually, 12 men were impaneled: tradesmen, clerks, shopkeepers. All were fathers. All had seen the headlines. All had already formed opinions about Frances Knorr, regardless of what they claimed. The prosecution's opening statement lasted 2 hours. Templeton methodically detailed Frances's operation, describing how she'd advertised her services, collected payments, taken custody of healthy infants, and systematically murdered them. He outlined the evidence they would present: the 13 bodies from Burwood Street, the additional corpses from other locations, the financial records showing payments received, the chemist receipts for chloroform, the testimony from bereaved mothers, and most damningly, the autopsy evidence proving Violet Duncan had been murdered. "This is not a case of tragic neglect," Templeton told the jury, his voice carrying to the packed gallery. "This is not a woman overwhelmed by too many children in her care. This is systematic, calculated, cold-blooded murder for profit." The defendant operated a business where the product was death, where the customers were desperate mothers, and where the victims were innocent infants who died by her hand within hours of being entrusted to her care. She is not a mother. She is a merchant of death, and the evidence will prove this beyond any reasonable doubt. Frances sat motionless through this indictment, her face expressionless, her hands folded in her lap. She wore the same black dress from the preliminary hearing, now slightly worn. Her hair remained neatly arranged despite 2 months in jail. She looked smaller somehow, diminished, but her eyes remained flat and cold, shark eyes, one journalist wrote, empty of any recognizable human emotion. The prosecution called 43 witnesses over the next week. The parade of testimony created a devastating narrative. Chemists testified about Frances purchasing chloroform, always in small quantities, always paying cash, always claiming household use for cleaning or medicinal purposes. Landladies described Frances's tenancy patterns: short-term leases, frequent moves, paying in advance to avoid scrutiny. Newspaper advertising clerks identified Frances as the woman who'd placed dozens of adoption advertisements under various names. The bereaved mothers provided the most emotionally wrenching testimony. 17 women took the stand, each describing how they'd responded to Frances's advertisements, how they'd met with her, how reassuring she'd seemed, how they'd paid her and handed over their babies. Several collapsed while testifying, overcome by grief and guilt. The judge called multiple recesses to allow witnesses to compose themselves. Martha Duncan's testimony proved particularly powerful. She described her daughter Violet in heartbreaking detail: the birthmark on her left shoulder, the way she'd started tracking movement with her eyes, the tiny sounds she'd made while nursing. She explained her desperation as an unwed housemaid, her terror of destitution, her belief that Frances offered Violet a better life than Martha could provide. When shown the small dress Violet had been buried in, Martha collapsed entirely, requiring medical attention before the trial could continue. Dr. Charles Shields walked the jury through his autopsy findings with clinical precision. Using diagrams and medical terminology, he explained how chloroform depressed the central nervous system, how suffocation resulted in asphyxia, how the combination ensured rapid death. He showed photographs of Violet's remains, graphic, disturbing images that made several jurors visibly ill. The petechial hemorrhaging, Shields explained, was definitive proof of suffocation. The chloroform traces in tissue samples proved sedation prior to death. There was no alternative explanation. Violet Duncan had been murdered. Detective Urquhart's testimony tied everything together. He presented the financial ledgers seized from Francis's properties, showing income and expenses. The income column listed payments from various women, amounts ranging from £5 to £25. The expense column showed purchases of chloroform, newspaper advertising costs, and household supplies. There were no expenses for infant care, no milk, no clothing, no medical costs. The ledgers revealed the truth. Francis never intended to keep the babies alive long enough to incur care expenses. The defense's case, when it finally came, was shockingly brief. Charles Wentworth called only 3 witnesses, including Francis herself. He knew he couldn't dispute the facts, so he attempted to reframe them as tragic negligence rather than intentional murder. His first witness was a doctor who testified about high infant mortality rates in Victorian Melbourne. 30% of babies died before age 5, he explained, from disease, malnutrition, poor sanitation. Baby farmers, even legitimate ones, experienced high death rates due to the already compromised health of infants born to malnourished, stressed mothers. Perhaps, Wentworth suggested, Francis had simply been overwhelmed, unable to properly care for so many infants simultaneously. The prosecution demolished this argument on cross-examination. Templeton asked the doctor, "Does infant mortality typically result in babies being wrapped in newspaper and buried in gardens?" The doctor admitted it did not. "Does disease explain chloroform purchases?" Again, no. "Can you explain how 13 infants died at the same property within months of each other?" The doctor could not. Wentworth's second witness was Rudolph Knorr, testifying as part of his plea agreement. Rudolph painted Francis as domineering and secretive, claiming he'd been kept ignorant of her activities. He suggested she might have suffered from mental illness, from delusions that made her believe the babies were better off dead than growing up in poverty or shame. This testimony backfired spectacularly. The prosecution presented Rudolph's own statements showing he'd helped rent properties, had been present during some transactions, and had certainly noticed multiple babies arriving and quickly disappearing. Templeton suggested Rudolph was equally guilty but had traded testimony for leniency. The jury clearly agreed, their expressions contemptuous as Rudolph left the stand. Then Francis herself testified, the moment everyone had been waiting for. She took the stand on January 24th, 10 days into the trial. The courtroom fell absolutely silent as she was sworn in. This was the first time anyone would hear the baby farming murderess speak in her own defense. The spectators leaned forward. The journalists' pencils hovered over their notebooks. The jury watched her intently. Wentworth's questioning was gentle, almost apologetic. He asked Francis to describe her childhood, her marriage, her financial struggles. She answered in a flat monotone, providing minimal detail. Yes, she'd advertised adoption services. Yes, she'd accepted payment for taking infants. Yes, some babies had died in her care. How many babies would you estimate died? Wentworth asked carefully. I don't recall exactly, Francis replied. Several. The word hung in the courtroom like poison gas. The prosecution had evidence of 27 confirmed victims. Francis admitted to several with the same emotional inflection someone might use to describe misplaced handkerchiefs. Wentworth tried to establish that Francis had attempted to care for the infants but had been overwhelmed. "Did you intend for these babies to die?" he asked, practically begging her to deny it. Francis paused, considering the question with disturbing thoughtfulness. "They were better off," she finally said. "Better off than growing up unwanted. Better off than lives of shame and poverty." The courtroom erupted. Judge Williams hammered his gavel repeatedly, demanding order. Spectators shouted. Journalists scribbled frantically. The jury's expressions shifted from careful neutrality to unconcealed horror. Frances had just confessed, not to murder exactly, but to something almost worse. A belief that she'd been doing the babies a favor by killing them. The prosecution's cross-examination was devastating. Templeton approached Frances like a surgeon approaching a tumor, methodical and merciless. You purchased chloroform on multiple occasions? Yes. For what purpose? Household cleaning. Did you use chloroform on any of the infants in your care? Paused. Sometimes to help them sleep. How much chloroform would you administer? Just a few drops on a cloth. Did any of the infants die after you administered chloroform? Another pause, longer. Some did. How soon after administering chloroform did they die? I don't recall exactly. Quickly, sometimes. Templeton let that answer resonate, then changed direction. Miss Duncan paid you £12 for Violet's care. How long did Violet remain alive in your custody? A few hours. A few hours. You charged £12. Nearly a year's wages for a housemaid. For a few hours of care that ended with the child dead and buried in your garden. Frances said nothing. Let me ask directly, Mrs. Knorr. Did you kill Violet Duncan? The silence stretched unbearably. Frances looked at Templeton, then at the jury, her expression still eerily blank. When she finally spoke, her voice was barely audible. She's better off. Not a denial. Not an admission exactly. Just those 3 words that encapsulated the twisted logic that had allowed her to murder dozens of infants without apparent remorse. She genuinely believed death was preferable to the lives these children would have lived. The defense rested shortly after. There was nothing more Wentworth could do. Frances had destroyed her own case more thoroughly than any prosecution witness could have managed. Closing arguments began the next morning. Templeton's summary was brief and brutal. The defendant has confessed. She administered chloroform. She acknowledged the babies died in her care within hours. She admitted to believing death was better for them. This is not neglect. This is premeditated murder motivated by greed and justified by a perverted moral framework. The evidence is overwhelming. Justice demands a guilty verdict. Wentworth's closing argument grasped at straws. He suggested Frances suffered from moral insanity, that her judgment had been impaired by the desperate circumstances of her life. He reminded the jury that executing a woman was a serious matter, that they should be absolutely certain before delivering a guilty verdict. But even Wentworth seemed to recognize the futility of his position. His closing lasted barely 30 minutes. Judge Williams's instructions to the jury were clear and pointed. He summarized the evidence methodically, emphasizing the prosecution's proofs. He defined murder under Victorian law, the unlawful killing of another human being with malice aforethought. He explained that malice aforethought could be established through deliberate acts intended to cause death. He noted that Frances's own testimony admitted to administering chloroform and acknowledged resulting deaths. If you find that the defendant deliberately administered chloroform to Violet Duncan with the knowledge that such administration could result in death, Williams instructed, and if you find that Violet Duncan did in fact die as a result of the defendant's actions, then you must find the defendant guilty of murder. The defendant's belief that death was somehow beneficial to the child is not a defense. We do not permit individuals to kill based on their own judgments about whose life is worth living. The jury deliberated for 1 hour and 17 minutes. When they returned, their faces told the story before the foreman spoke. On the charge of murder, how do you find the defendant? Guilty, Your Honor. Frances showed no reaction. She didn't gasp or weep or protest. She simply stood impassive, as though the verdict concerned someone else entirely. Judge Williams wasted no time. The sentencing occurred immediately. Frances Lydia Alice Knorr, you have been found guilty of the murder of Violet Elizabeth Duncan. The evidence suggests this murder was one of many. You transformed motherhood into murder, trust into betrayal, and vulnerability into profit. You showed no mercy to the helpless infants placed in your care, and this court can show no mercy to you. It is the judgment of this court that you be taken from here to Melbourne Jail, and from there to the place of execution, where you shall be hanged by the neck until you are dead. May God have mercy on your soul." The courtroom exploded into chaos. Women screamed. Men shouted approval. Journalists stampeded toward the exits, racing to file their stories. Through it all, Frances remained motionless, still showing no emotion, no fear, no remorse. Guards had to physically move her toward the stairs leading back to the holding cells. As she descended, she turned once and looked back at the packed gallery with those flat, empty eyes. Then she was gone. The newspapers declared it the trial of the decade. The verdict was celebrated in editorials across Australia. Justice, they proclaimed, had been served. The baby farming murderess would hang, and Melbourne could sleep easier knowing such evil had been vanquished. But Frances Knorr's story wasn't quite finished. The execution date was set for March 15th, 1894, giving her 6 weeks to contemplate her fate and giving her legal team time for appeals that everyone knew would fail. Those final 6 weeks would reveal whether Frances possessed any humanity beneath her monstrous exterior, whether facing death would crack the facade she'd maintained throughout investigation and trial. The answer would prove more disturbing than anyone anticipated. The condemned cell in Melbourne jail differed from ordinary cells only in its proximity to the execution chamber. Frances could hear the gallows being tested, the trapdoor dropping, the rope creaking, guards rehearsing the procedure. The sounds echoed through stone corridors like a countdown, each test run a reminder of her approaching death. Condemned prisoners typically received religious counsel, final meal requests, opportunities to make peace with family. The jail chaplain, Reverend Edward Donovan, visited Frances daily, attempting to elicit confession, repentance, any acknowledgement of her crime's enormity. She received him politely, listened to his prayers, but remained emotionally opaque. When Donovan asked if she felt remorse for the babies she'd killed, Frances replied with disconcerting honesty, "I feel nothing." "Nothing?" Donovan pressed. "No guilt? No sorrow? They're dead," Frances said simply, as though explaining something obvious to a slow child. "Feeling badly won't resurrect them. What purpose would remorse serve?" This response crystallized something disturbing about Frances Knorr. She wasn't a sadist who enjoyed causing suffering. She wasn't a passionate killer driven by rage or hatred. She was something potentially more frightening. Someone who viewed human life, particularly infant life, as having no inherent value. The babies had been objects, problems to solve, commodities to process. Their deaths triggered no emotional response because she'd never seen them as fully human. Modern psychology would likely diagnose Frances as a psychopath, someone lacking empathy, incapable of experiencing guilt, able to mimic normal human emotion without feeling it. Victorian society had no such framework. They simply called her evil, monstrous, an aberration of womanhood. But beneath the moral condemnation lay a truth more chilling. Frances wasn't an aberration. She was the logical endpoint of a society that devalued certain lives so thoroughly that someone could rationalize murdering those deemed worthless. The unwanted babies Frances killed were already socially dead. Born to shame, destined for workhouses or streets, unlikely to survive to adulthood even in legitimate care. Society had already written them off. Frances simply expedited an outcome everyone already expected. This didn't excuse her crimes, but it explained how she'd operated so long without detection. Nobody missed the babies because nobody valued them enough to ask questions. As the execution date approached, Frances received visitors, though not family. Rudolph never came, already having disappeared into a new identity to escape his wife's infamy. Frances's parents in England wanted nothing to do with her, their letters to the jail making clear they considered her dead to them. Instead, her visitors were journalists offering money for exclusive interviews, curiosity seekers hoping to glimpse a notorious murderess, and women from various charitable organizations attempting to understand how one of their own sex could commit such atrocities. One visitor proved particularly significant: Dr. James Morrison, a physician interested in criminal psychology. He interviewed Frances extensively during her final weeks, attempting to understand her mental state. Morrison's notes, preserved in Victorian archives, provide unsettling insights. Frances described her methodology with clinical detachment. The chloroform sedation made the babies easier to manage. Suffocation was quickest and cleanest. Burial in gardens was practical. The decomposition enriched the soil, and nobody suspected flower beds. She discussed infant murder with the same emotional tenor someone might use to describe gardening techniques or cooking recipes. Morrison asked if she'd ever felt attachment to any of the babies. Frances considered this carefully before responding. Some were pretty. I liked the quiet ones, but they were temporary. I knew they wouldn't stay long, so there was no point becoming attached. Did you see them as human? Morrison asked bluntly. Frances tilted her head, genuinely puzzled by the question. Of course they were human, but so are chickens to a chicken, I suppose. That doesn't stop us eating them. The comparison was so stunningly callous that Morrison initially thought she was being provocative. But Frances's expression showed no awareness that she'd said anything shocking. She genuinely couldn't comprehend why killing infants should generate more emotional weight than any other form of animal slaughter. Morrison's conclusion, presented to the Medical Society of Victoria after Frances's execution, suggested she represented a rare case of complete moral idiocy. Someone whose conscience had never developed, who intellectually understood right and wrong but felt no emotional connection to ethical behavior. She knew murder was illegal and socially condemned, but she didn't feel it was wrong, any more than most people feel that stepping on an ant is morally significant. The appeals process proceeded as expected, quickly and unsuccessfully. Wentworth filed motions arguing various technical points, all denied. He petitioned the governor for commutation of sentence to life imprisonment, arguing that executing a woman set a dangerous precedent. The governor, facing immense public pressure and mindful of the case's notoriety, refused. Frances nor would hang. Melbourne's newspapers counted down the days with morbid fascination. Editorials debated whether women should face capital punishment. Some argued that Frances's sex made execution barbaric, that life imprisonment would suffice. Others insisted that equality before the law demanded she face the same penalty any man would receive for equivalent crimes. Women's rights activists found themselves in an uncomfortable position, arguing for equal treatment under law while confronting a case where such equality meant sending a woman to the gallows. The debate revealed deep tensions in Victorian gender ideology. Women were simultaneously elevated as moral guardians, naturally nurturing, spiritually superior to men, and dismissed as mentally deficient, requiring male protection and guidance. Frances shattered both stereotypes. She proved women could be just as calculating, just as violent, just as morally bankrupt as any male criminal. This realization unsettled a society built on rigid gender assumptions. As March 15th approached, Frances made one final request. She wanted to write letters to the mothers whose babies she'd killed. The jail authorities, after consulting with prosecutors, agreed. She was provided paper, ink, and privacy. The letters, 19 in total, survived in court archives. They're extraordinary documents, not for expressing remorse. Frances expressed none, but for their tone of practical advice. She wrote to each mother explaining precisely how their child had died, how long it had taken, whether there had been suffering. She provided these details with the same matter-of-fact tone someone might use to describe a medical procedure. To Martha Duncan, whose testimony had secured her conviction, Frances wrote, "Violet received chloroform at approximately 3 o'clock. She fell unconscious within 30 seconds. I applied pressure to her airways for 2 minutes to ensure completion. She did not suffer. Death was rapid. Your payment was adequate for the service provided." The letter contained no apology, no acknowledgement of wrongdoing, no expression of empathy. It read like a receipt, a business transaction concluded. Martha Duncan never recovered from reading it. She remained institutionalized until her death in 1911, destroyed by grief and guilt that no amount of time could heal. Other letters followed similar patterns. Frances detailed methods, timelines, burial locations. She answered questions the mothers hadn't asked and didn't want answered. She seemed to believe she was providing valuable closure, offering information that would allow the mothers to know exactly what had happened to their children. She couldn't comprehend that these details would torture rather than comfort. The letters confirmed what Morrison's interviews had suggested. Frances truly didn't understand why her actions were wrong. She'd provided a service, removing unwanted babies, and been fairly compensated. The babies were better off dead than living in shame and poverty. The mothers got to continue their lives without the burden of unwanted children. Everyone benefited from the arrangement. The fact that society condemned this arrangement struck Frances as arbitrary and irrational. On March 14th, the day before her execution, Frances requested a final meal. The jail administration expected something elaborate. Condemned prisoners traditionally received whatever foods they desired. Frances asked for toast, tea, and a boiled egg. When the meal arrived, she ate methodically, finishing everything, then calmly prepared for bed. She slept soundly, according to night guards, showing no signs of distress or fear. The execution was scheduled for 8 o'clock on the morning of March 15th, 1894. Only official witnesses were permitted, no public spectators, no press. The witnesses included Judge Williams, Prosecutor Templeton, Detective Urquhart, several police officials, the jail governor, Reverend Donovan, and Dr. Morrison. Frances woke at 6, ate breakfast, and allowed herself to be dressed in the plain gray execution gown. Reverend Donovan prayed with her one final time, still hoping for some expression of repentance. Frances listened politely, thanked him for his efforts, and informed him she was ready to proceed. The walk from condemned cell to execution chamber took less than 2 minutes. Frances walked steadily, requiring no physical support. Her face remained expressionless, her breathing even. Witnesses later described her composure as unnatural, disturbing. Condemned prisoners typically showed fear, weeping, trembling, requiring assistance. Frances walked to her death as calmly as someone walking to church. The gallows in Melbourne jail were efficient, a simple drop mechanism designed to break the neck instantly, ensuring rapid death. The hangman, James Scott, was experienced, having conducted 17 previous executions. He positioned Frances on the trapdoor, bound her legs and arms, and placed the hood over her head. Before the hood descended, Reverend Donovan asked one final time, "Do you have any last words? Any confession to make?" Frances considered this, then spoke her final sentence, her voice clear and unwavering. "I regret nothing, not a denial of guilt, not a plea for forgiveness, simply a statement of absolute lack of remorse." Those 3 words, her last, summarized everything about Frances Knorr. She'd lived without conscience, killed without guilt, and faced death without fear or regret. The hood descended, the noose tightened. Reverend Donovan began the final prayer. At precisely 8 o'clock, the trapdoor dropped. Frances Knorr fell through the opening. The rope snapped taut, and her neck broke with a sound witnesses described as sickeningly loud in the stone chamber. Her body convulsed briefly, nervous system reactions, not conscious suffering, then hung still. Dr. Morrison checked for vital signs. Death had been instantaneous. The body remained suspended for the regulation hour, ensuring completion. During that hour, witnesses stood in uncomfortable silence, contemplating what they'd just observed. Some felt satisfaction, justice served, evil punished. Others felt unsettled. They'd expected Frances to show fear at the end, to break down, to reveal some crack in her facade. Instead, she died as she'd lived, emotionally absent, morally empty, fundamentally disconnected from normal human experience. After the hour elapsed, Frances's body was cut down and examined. No abnormalities were found. She was buried in the jail's execution yard, grave number 13, alongside other executed criminals. No marker was placed. Executed prisoners received anonymous burial, their graves deliberately forgotten. The aftermath proved complicated. Detective Urquhart's team continued investigating, identifying at least 16 more potential victims beyond the confirmed 27. Bodies were found in locations Frances had frequented, wrapped in newspaper with dates corresponding to her residence periods. The true death toll likely exceeded 50 infants, though exact numbers became impossible to determine. The Yarra River, Francis's frequent disposal site, held bodies that would never surface. The bereaved mothers faced a society uncertain how to treat them. Were they victims or accomplices? They'd paid for their children's care, but the care proved fatal. Some received sympathy, particularly those like Martha Duncan who'd been desperate and deceived. Others faced harsh judgment, women who'd tried to hide adultery or who'd viewed pregnancy as inconvenience rather than tragedy found little public compassion. The case prompted legislative changes. Victoria passed the Infant Life Protection Act in 1894, requiring registration and licensing of anyone caring for multiple unrelated infants. Regular inspections became mandatory. Record-keeping requirements were established. The law arrived too late for Francis's victims, but it prevented similar operations from flourishing unchecked. Baby farming didn't disappear. Demand for such services persisted as long as unwed motherhood carried devastating social consequences. But the Knorr case made operating such enterprises far riskier. Future baby farmers faced scrutiny Francis had avoided, and those who continued killing infants were caught far more quickly. Rudolf Knorr vanished into obscurity. He served 3 years for conspiracy and complicity, was released in 1897, changed his name, and disappeared. Whether he genuinely hadn't known the full extent of Francis's activities or had been willfully blind remains debated. Most historians believe he knew enough to be culpable but lacked the courage to participate actively in the murders. The cottage at 57 Burwood Street was demolished in 1895, the land too contaminated by death to be saleable. The roses were uprooted, the garden soil removed and dumped in quarries outside Melbourne. Local legend claimed the property was cursed, that you could hear babies crying if you stood there after dark. The land remained vacant for decades, eventually becoming part of a municipal park. No marker indicates what happened there. Frances Knorr entered public consciousness as the baby farming murderess, but her significance extends beyond sensational nomenclature. She represented the horrifying intersection of capitalism, gender inequality, and moral bankruptcy. She turned society's shame about unwed motherhood into profit, exploited vulnerable women, and murdered infants with industrial efficiency. She was a product of her era's contradictions. A society that condemned illegitimate children while providing no support for them, that punished unwed mothers while excusing the men who impregnated them, that valued respectability above human life. More disturbingly, Frances demonstrated how easily ordinary evil can masquerade as ordinary respectability. She looked normal, acted politely, and presented herself as helpful. Her neighbors never suspected. Her clients trusted her. Only when the bodies surfaced did the truth emerge. She proved that monsters don't always look monstrous. Sometimes they look like the woman next door, smiling while offering to help, concealing carnage behind lace curtains and false promises. The final accounting of Frances Knorr's crimes remains incomplete. 27 victims were confirmed through physical evidence. Court testimony suggested at least 40, possibly more. Detective Urquhart believed the true number exceeded 60, representing 18 months of systematic murder. The babies ranged from newborns to 6 months old. Most were girls, though this likely reflected the reality that female infants were more often abandoned in Victorian society, valued less than male children who could eventually provide labor and support. None of the victims have names on official records except Violet Duncan, whose murder secured Frances's conviction. The others remain anonymous. Baby A, Baby B, infant remains number 7, unidentified female approximately 3 months old. They were nameless in life, entrusted to Frances by mothers who couldn't keep them. They remain nameless in death, buried in unmarked graves or lost to river currents, their existence acknowledged only as numbered evidence in a murder trial. Frances Knorr died at age 25, having lived a short life that destroyed dozens of shorter ones. She showed no remorse, experienced no moral awakening, expressed no regret even facing death. She remains one of history's most disturbing criminals precisely because of this absence. She was a void where conscience should exist, a human form emptied of humanity. The case continues to fascinate criminologists, psychologists, and historians. Frances predated modern psychological frameworks but fit them perfectly, a psychopath who found a niche where her lack of empathy became profitable. In a different era, with different opportunities, she might have found legal outlets for her personality disorder. In Victorian Melbourne, with its abundance of desperate women and unwanted babies, she found victims instead. Melbourne Jail closed in 1929, its gallows having claimed 57 lives. The building became a museum, the execution chamber preserved as it was. Visitors can stand where Frances took her last steps, see the trapdoor that dropped beneath her feet, contemplate the stone walls that witnessed her final moments. The cell where she spent her last night bears a plaque now, explaining briefly who she was and what she did. But plaques and museums can't convey the full horror of her crimes. They can't capture the last moments of terrified infants, the betrayal of mothers who trusted her, the systematic nature of her butchery. They reduce her to historical curiosity, educational exhibit, macabre tourist attraction. The real legacy of Frances isn't the buildings or the trial records or the newspaper accounts. It's the uncomfortable questions her case raises about human nature, about how easily some people kill, about the structures that enable such killing. She murdered because it was profitable, easy, and unlikely to be detected. She faced no moral barriers because she possessed no functional conscience. She represented the banality of evil decades before that phrase was coined, proving that horror doesn't require elaborate motivation or dramatic presentation. Sometimes horror is a woman drinking tea, checking her financial ledgers, and suffocating another baby before dinner. Sometimes evil looks respectable, acts politely, and goes about its business with methodical efficiency. Sometimes monsters advertise their services in newspapers, meet clients in public parks, and smile while shaking hands. Frances taught Victorian society that lesson in blood and small corpses. Whether that lesson was learned, whether it prevented future atrocities, remains debatable. Baby farming continued in various forms for decades. Children continued being viewed as disposable by those who found them inconvenient. Society continued valuing respectability over human life, appearance over reality. The babies Frances murdered never had a chance. They were born unwanted, handed to a woman who viewed them as inventory, and killed before they could experience anything beyond hunger, fear, and pain. They deserved better, deserved mothers who could keep them, a society that supported rather than condemned them, a world where their lives had value. Instead, they got Frances 3 minutes of suffocation, and shallow graves beneath roses that bloomed red. Their deaths remain unavenged in any meaningful sense. Frances hanged, yes, but one death can't balance dozens of murders. Justice was served in legal terms but not in cosmic ones. The scales remain permanently unbalanced, weighted with tiny bodies that never grew heavy enough to register in society's moral calculus. Melbourne moved on. New scandals emerged. New crimes captured public attention. The baby farming murderess became historical footnote, cautionary tale, case study in criminal psychology textbooks. The babies she killed were forgotten, not individually mourned, not collectively memorialized, simply absorbed into statistics about Victorian infant mortality. This final erasure might be Frances ultimate victory. She murdered infants that society had already rendered invisible, and in death they remained so. She exploited a system that devalued certain lives, and that system continued long after her execution. She represented everything wrong with her era, and much of what she represented persists in different forms. The gallows trap opened. Frances fell. Her neck broke. Justice was served, at least the legal variety. But the babies stayed dead, stayed nameless, stayed forgotten. And somewhere in the dark soil of Melbourne or the muddy depths of the Yarra River, their tiny bones remain. Silent witnesses to what happens when society decides some lives don't matter, when profit matters more than humanity, when evil wears a respectable face and offers to help. Frances story ends at the gallows. The baby's stories end in the ground. Our story, humanity's story, continues, still wrestling with the same questions her case raised. Who do we value? Who do we protect? Who do we allow to disappear? The answers matter. The babies Francis killed never got to ask those questions. They never got to ask anything. They were silenced before they could speak, erased before they could exist, murdered before they could live. That's the true horror of Frances Knorr. Not just that she killed, but who she killed, and how easily, and how long she went undetected, and how many people looked away until the bodies literally surfaced from the ground. The trap door closed after Frances fell. But the darkness she represented, that darkness never closes. It waits, patient and hungry, for the next opportunity, the next vulnerable victim, the next person willing to murder for profit and sleep soundly afterward. Frances Knorr died in 1894. The capacity for such evil did not die with her. That might be the most terrifying truth of all. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story to help you drift off to sleep. Now, let's move on to our third story. Story 3, Snowy Rolls, The Murchison Murders. A writer's imagination became a killer's instruction manual. 3 men walked into the Australian wasteland with snowy rolls. None of them walked out. What happens when fiction writes itself in blood? When a story meant to entertain becomes a blueprint for annihilation. We're tracking a predator who didn't just kill. He plagiarized murder from an author's unpublished manuscript, turning literary genius into lethal execution. But here's the twist that'll freeze your blood. The writer handed him the method himself, casually, over campfire conversations under endless desert stars. This is the story of Snowy Rolls, the man who proved that the most dangerous books are the ones that haven't been published yet. The Australian outback in 1929 stretched like an ocean of rust and bone, infinite and unforgiving. The rabbit-proof fence, that colossal monument to human stubbornness, carved through Western Australia's Murchison region like a scar across burnt flesh, 1,800 kilometers of wire and timber separating agricultural land from wilderness. Along this fence, men worked in isolation so complete it could drive sanity from their skulls. They were boundary riders, stockmen, drifters, souls who'd chosen solitude or been chosen by it. Among them walked 2 men whose paths would intersect in ways that would horrify a nation. Arthur Upfield wasn't supposed to be there. He was a writer, an Englishman who'd fallen in love with Australia's brutal beauty, a man who'd already published 3 detective novels featuring his half-Aboriginal protagonist, Detective Inspector Napoleon Bonaparte. But writing didn't pay the bills, so Upfield found himself riding the fence line, maintaining that absurd barrier against rabbits, his mind always working, always plotting his next story. The solitude gave him something precious, time to think, to craft, to imagine. The novel consuming his thoughts was different from his previous work. Upfield wanted to write the perfect crime, a murder so immaculate that not even his brilliant detective Boney could solve it because there would be nothing to solve. No body, no evidence, no crime scene that whispered secrets to keen investigators. Just absence. A human being erased from existence as thoroughly as morning dew evaporates under the outback sun. But there was a problem gnawing at Upfield's imagination like termites through timber. He couldn't figure out how to dispose of a body completely. Burning left bones. Burial invited discovery. Acid was messy, required supplies, left traces. Every method he conceived had flaws, loose threads that a detective could pull. So Upfield did what writers do when stuck. He talked it through. His colleague, George Ritchie, became his sounding board during those long, mind-numbing days maintaining the fence. They'd sit during breaks, swatting flies, drinking billy tea that tasted like smoke and tin, discussing the mechanics of murder with the casual detachment of men discussing crop rotations. Ritchie was practical, methodical, a man who understood the outback's capacity for concealment. Together, they workshopped the problem. The solution Ritchie devised was breathtakingly simple, horrifyingly thorough. You'd shoot your victim somewhere remote. The outback provided infinite options for that. Then you'd build a bonfire so hot, so intense, that flesh would liquefy and bone would calcify to brittleness. You'd feed that fire for hours, maybe days, until nothing remained but ash and fragments. Then you'd sift those ashes through a fine mesh, collecting every piece of bone, every tooth, anything that could identify human remains. These fragments you'd dissolve in acid. Sulfuric worked best. Whatever survived the acid got crushed to powder with a pestle and mortar, ground to dust finer than flour. That dust you'd scatter to the desert winds. The larger ashes, the carbon and mineral residue that couldn't identify anything, you'd disperse across kilometers of wasteland. Metal items, belt buckles, buttons, boot eyelets, these betrayers of identity would receive special attention. More acid, more grinding, more dispersal. What remained? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. A human being reduced to molecules distributed across thousands of square kilometers of wilderness, diluted beyond any possibility of detection or identification. It was genius. It was ghastly. It was perfect. Upfield was delighted. He'd found his plot device, the linchpin of his novel, The Sands of Windy. But here's where the campfire conversations of isolated men become significant. Upfield and Richie weren't alone in their discussions. Word spread along the fence line. It always did, gossip being the only currency in that desolate economy. Other boundary riders heard about Upfield's puzzle. The method became common knowledge among a small community of men who lived on the edge of civilization, men whose lives were defined by space, silence, and the peculiar madness that comes from too much of both. One of those men, a drifter who'd washed up on the fence crew in 1929, listened to these conversations with particular intensity. His name was John Thomas Smith, but nobody called him that. He was Snowy Rolls, 24 years old, lean as a whip, with pale eyes that seemed to look through people rather than at them. Snowy had history. He'd served 3 months for theft, escaped from lockup in Dalwallinu, lived under his assumed name because John Thomas Smith had warrants following him like flies. On October 5, 1929, at the Camel Station homestead, a group gathered. Upfield, Richie, Rolls, the inspector's son, and the North Boundary Rider. They discussed the murder method again in detail, walking through each step of the process. Upfield explained how his fictional murderer would execute each phase. Richie elaborated on the practicalities. The others listened, asked questions, offered refinements. It was an academic exercise, intellectual stimulation in a place where entertainment was scarce and days bled into each other like watercolors in rain. Nobody noticed the way Snowy Rolls absorbed every word. Nobody saw how his mind cataloged each step, filed away each detail. Nobody imagined that they were conducting a masterclass in murder for a man who would take their theoretical exercise and translate it into flesh, fire, and ash. Snowy was different from the other drifters. Where they were broken or beaten by life, he was coiled, predatory. He watched people the way eagles watch rabbits. He had an unsettling stillness about him, the kind that makes prey animals nervous without knowing why. Men who worked alongside him often felt uncomfortable but couldn't articulate the source of their unease. There was something hollow behind his eyes, something absent where warmth should live. The outback attracted men like Snowy, men running from something or toward nothing, men whose pasts were questions they didn't want answered. The Murchison region after the gold rush was a graveyard of dreams, littered with abandoned mines and broken men. Transient populations ebbed and flowed. People appeared, disappeared, reappeared under different names. Nobody asked too many questions. Anonymity was respected, sometimes cherished. It was the perfect hunting ground for a predator, provided he was patient. Snowy Rolls was very patient. He worked the fence, saved some money, borrowed some more. He cultivated relationships with other drifters, particularly those with something he wanted: vehicles, money, or the kind of trusting naivety that doesn't survive long in the wilderness. He learned who had what, who was going where, who had family that would notice if they vanished, and critically, who had nobody at all. By December 1929, Snowy had identified his first targets: James Ryan and George Lloyd. Ryan owned a truck, a valuable commodity in that vast landscape where distances were measured in days rather than miles. Lloyd owned less, but he had something. He was Ryan's companion, which meant killing one necessitated killing both. They were workmates, drifters like Snowy, men whose presence or absence from the world wouldn't register as significant to anyone but each other. On December 8, 1929, 3 men left Camel Station together. Snowy Rolls, James Ryan, and George Lloyd. They headed into the immensity of the outback, driving Ryan's truck, ostensibly to prospect, to find work, to seek whatever men seek in landscapes that offer everything except easy answers. The dust swallowed them whole, as it had swallowed thousands before them. Days later, prospector James Yates encountered Snowy on a remote track, driving Ryan's truck alone. Where were Ryan and Lloyd? Walking through the scrub, Snowy explained casually. They'd decided to go on foot. Yates found this peculiar: who would choose to walk when they could ride? But peculiarity was the standard in the outback, not the exception. He thought little of it. Christmas Eve, 1929. Upfield was in Unwind, a dying mining town clinging to relevance, when Snowy appeared driving Ryan's truck. Upfield, who knew Snowy from the fence work, naturally asked about Ryan. Oh, Snowy explained. Ryan decided to stay in Mount Magnet, lent him the truck for a while. Upfield accepted this explanation. Why wouldn't he? Men changed plans constantly out there. Arrangements were fluid. Trust was the social lubricant that kept isolated communities functioning. But to others, Snowy told a different story. He'd bought Ryan's truck for 80 pounds. Inconsistency didn't trouble Snowy. Why would it? Different audiences, different stories, and the outback was large enough to keep those audiences separate. Or so he believed. What Snowy Rolls had done with Ryan and Lloyd out there in the emptiness, we can reconstruct from evidence found later. Somewhere remote, somewhere no one would hear, he'd executed Upfield's fictional method with meticulous precision. He'd shot them, probably in the back of the head while they were distracted, probably never saw it coming. Then came the fire, intense and sustained. Then came the sifting, the acid, the grinding, the dispersal. He'd followed the procedure almost perfectly, transforming 2 human beings into nothingness, erasing them from existence as completely as if they'd never drawn breath. 2 men had entered the wilderness with Snowy Rolls. Only Snowy emerged, driving a truck he didn't own, telling stories that didn't quite align, carrying secrets that would remain hidden in ash and desert sand. Almost. Arthur Upfield continued writing his novel, unaware that his fictional murder method had already claimed 2 real victims. He refined his plot, polished his prose, submitted his manuscript to publishers. The Sands of Windy would become one of his most celebrated novels, praised for its ingenuity, its clever plotting, its detective who could read the land like others read books. But out in the Murchison, Snowy Rolls was already planning his next chapter. The method worked. He had Ryan's truck. He'd gotten away with it. The perfect murder wasn't just possible, it was repeatable. And there was another man he'd been watching, another target whose absence might be worth engineering. A New Zealander named Lewis Caron who'd arrived in the region looking for work, looking for gold, looking for whatever he could find. Caron had money, had possessions, had a pay packet from Wajee Station that would be coming soon. Most importantly, Caron had trust. He was the kind of man who saw good in people, who believed that companionship and fairness were universal currencies. He was exactly the kind of man who wouldn't survive an encounter with Snowy Rolls. The stage was set. The method was proven. The predator had tasted blood and found it easy. All that remained was the execution. Lewis Caron should never have trusted Snowy Rolls. But then, trust is the aperture through which death often enters. Caron was a New Zealander, though he'd been living under a different name, Leslie George Brown, for reasons that suggested a man running from something. Perhaps debt, perhaps heartbreak, perhaps just the weight of expectations in a place too small for his ambitions. Western Australia in 1930 offered men like Caron something precious: reinvention. You could be whoever you claimed to be, provided you worked hard and didn't ask others about their past. He'd arrived in the Murchison region in 1929 with optimism still intact, found work at Wajee Station doing the brutal labor that stations required. The work was punishing. Long hours under a sun that hammered down like divine wrath, dust that infiltrated every pore, isolation that could crack even strong minds. But Caron endured because he had something many drifters lacked: connections. He wrote letters regularly to friends and family, maintained relationships across the vast distances that separated him from anyone who cared whether he lived or died. This habit of correspondence would become significant, a thread that would eventually unravel Snowy Rolls' carefully constructed web of lies. In May 1930, Karen quit his position at Wajee Station. Maybe the work had become unbearable. Maybe he'd heard rumors of better prospects elsewhere. Maybe he'd simply grown tired of the monotony. Whatever his reasons, he found himself in Snowy Rolls' orbit, and Snowy, always watching, always calculating, recognized opportunity. Snowy had perfected his predator's patience by then. He knew how to befriend isolated men, how to offer companionship in a landscape where loneliness was the most common disease. He knew how to make himself useful, how to create dependency, how to position himself as the solution to problems he'd often helped create. Most critically, he understood the transactional nature of trust in the outback. A man who offered you a ride, shared his water, helped you fix your vehicle. That man became your ally in a world hostile to solitary existence. Karen, trusting or desperate or both, accepted Snowy's companionship. They traveled together to Painesville, a mining town east of Mount Magnet, one of those settlements that appeared on maps but barely qualified as civilization. Buildings weathered to the color of bone, streets that were suggestions rather than infrastructure, a population of men extracting wealth from beneath earth that refused to yield easily. At Painesville, witnesses observed something that would later become damning. Snowy Rolls cashing Lewis Caron's paycheck. The money Karen had earned through sweat and labor at Wajee Station, Snowy converted to cash and pocketed. Did Karen stand beside him, having authorized this transaction? Or was Karen already dead, his body still warm somewhere in the scrubland while Snowy forged his signature on the back of that check? The timeline suggests the latter. Around this same period, Karen's friend, one of those precious connections that separated him from the truly invisible drifters, sent a reply-paid telegram to Snowy at Unwind. The message was simple. Where is Lewis Caron? What happened to our friend? When are you returning our letters? Snowy never replied. The telegram represented everything he couldn't afford to acknowledge. Concern, inquiry, someone paying attention. Most of Snowy's victims were invisible, men whose absence from the world registered as barely a whisper. But Karen had people who noticed, people who asked questions, people who expected answers. This should have terrified Snowy into caution. Instead, it seemed to make him arrogant. What happened to Lewis Caron out there in the emptiness? The prosecution would later reconstruct events from physical evidence, from witness statements, from the damning pattern that emerged when 3 disappearances clustered around one man. But here's what we can imagine, based on what was found and what was known. Somewhere remote, somewhere the nearest human being was dozens of kilometers away, Snowy Rolls killed Lewis Caron. Probably a gunshot, quick, efficient, the sound swallowed by distance and indifference. Caron likely never saw it coming, never had a moment to understand that the man he'd trusted was the last thing he'd ever see. That split second between companionship and annihilation, that's where Caron died. Then came the fire. Snowy had done this twice before. He knew the procedure intimately. Gather enough wood to burn for days. Build the pyre carefully, creating airflow for maximum heat. Position the body to ensure complete exposure to flame. Feed the fire relentlessly, watching flesh bubble and char, watching bone calcify to brittleness, watching a human being reduced to components no more meaningful than the ashes of the wood consuming him. But here's where Snowy made his first critical error, the mistake that would ultimately lead him to the gallows. He got lazy, or perhaps confident, or perhaps he simply miscalculated, believing that the isolation was absolute, that discovery was impossible, that the method Upfield had devised was so perfect that corners could be cut without consequence. The method required absolute thoroughness. Sift every ash, dissolve every bone fragment, treat every metallic item with acid until it ceased to exist as anything identifiable. Snowy performed most of these steps. The ashes near the 183-mile hut along the rabbit-proof fence would later reveal his meticulous work. Bones crushed to fragments so small that experts couldn't definitively identify them as human. residue scattered and mixed with the detritus of the fire until reconstruction seemed impossible. But Snowy missed something, or he chose to ignore it, or he simply didn't notice it among the ashes and debris. A wedding ring. Not just any wedding ring, but one with a distinctive flaw that would become the thread unraveling everything. Lewis Caron, or Leslie George Brown, depending on which name you used, had been married. His wife, back in New Zealand, had taken their wedding ring to a jeweler in Auckland for resizing. The jeweler's assistant, in a moment of carelessness that would later become forensically significant, had used 9-carat solder to rejoin the ends of an 18-carat ring. This created a visible mark, a distinctive discoloration where different alloys met. The assistant had noticed the error but hadn't corrected it, too busy or too careless to fix what seemed like a minor aesthetic issue. That imperfection made the ring unique, identifiable, impossible to confuse with any other ring in existence. And Snowy Rolls, in his haste or his arrogance, had left it in the ashes. Months passed. The outback kept its secrets. Snowy continued his drifter's existence, moving from place to place, telling his stories, driving his acquired vehicles. Nobody suspected. Why would they? Men disappeared all the time. The Murchison region's transient population made absence normal, unremarkable. You might work alongside someone for weeks, then wake one morning to find them gone. Moved on to different prospects, different towns, different dreams. But Lewis Caron's letters had stopped. His friends noticed. Unlike Ryan and Lloyd, who had nobody to mark their absence, Caron had maintained connections that now registered his disappearance as significant. His friend, the one who'd sent that telegram Snowy never answered, began asking more questions. Where had Caron gone? Who had seen him last? What about that Snowy Rolls fellow who'd been traveling with him? These questions eventually reached authorities. And when police began investigating Caron's disappearance, pulling at that single thread, they discovered something chilling. Caron wasn't the only one. 2 other men had vanished from the same region during the same period, James Ryan and George Lloyd. Both had last been seen in the company of Snowy Rolls. Both had owned possessions, Ryan's truck, Lloyd's accordion, that Rolls now possessed. Pattern recognition is humanity's evolutionary superpower, the cognitive tool that let our ancestors distinguish between random misfortune and predatory threat. And this pattern was unmistakable. 3 men disappeared, and all 3 had last been seen with the same individual. Detective Sergeant Henry Manning took charge of the investigation. Manning was old school, methodical, the kind of investigator who believed that every crime left traces, that perfect murders existed only in fiction. He began interviewing everyone who'd known the missing men, reconstructing their movements, mapping their last known locations. That's when Manning heard something extraordinary. Arthur Upfield, the crime novelist, had been working in the region, and Upfield had been discussing a perfect murder method with colleagues, a theoretical way to dispose of a body that would leave no evidence. Manning, understanding immediately the potential significance, sought out Upfield. The author, horrified to learn that his intellectual exercise might have inspired real murders, provided everything he knew. The method he'd devised, the conversations he'd had, the men who'd been present during those discussions. And one name appeared repeatedly in those conversations: Snowy Rolls. Armed with this knowledge, Manning organized search parties to scour the area around the rabbit-proof fence, particularly locations associated with the missing men's last known whereabouts. The landscape fought them. Hundreds of square kilometers of scrubland, dense vegetation, terrain that could hide a dozen bodies within meters of each other. But Manning persisted, methodical, thorough, refusing to accept that the land could keep secrets forever. Near the 183-mile hut, searchers found evidence of an enormous fire, far larger than any campfire or routine brush clearing would require. The ash pit was extensive, suggesting something had burned for days. And within those ashes, sifted carefully by investigators who understood they were looking for fragments, they found bones. Human bones. Crushed, calcified, but unmistakably human. They found teeth fragments, pieces of skull, and most damningly, they found that wedding ring, tarnished and warped by heat but intact, that distinctive solder mark still visible, that unique imperfection that tied it definitively to Lewis Caron. Manning had his crime scene. Now he needed his suspect. When detectives went to arrest Snowy Rolls, they discovered something that deepened the investigation's implications. Snowy Rolls didn't exist. The man they were seeking was John Thomas Smith, a burglar who'd escaped from lockup in Dalwallinu in 1928. He'd been living under an assumed name, constructing an entire false identity to evade warrants and recognition. This revelation transformed the case from tragic to terrifying. They weren't dealing with a drifter who'd committed opportunistic murders. They were dealing with a predator who'd deliberately positioned himself in an environment where disappearances were normal, who'd cultivated an alias to avoid detection, who'd studied and then executed a murder method with chilling precision. The manhunt intensified, but Snowy, sensing the noose tightening, had already begun to run. The Australian outback is exceptionally good at hiding things. Bodies, secrets, evidence of crimes that cities would solve in hours but wilderness conceals for decades. But it's also exceptionally bad at hiding people who are running. There are only so many roads, so many towns, so many places where a fugitive can resupply, refuel, disappear into populations large enough to provide anonymity. Snowy Rolls understood this. He'd lived in the Murchison long enough to know its rhythms, its limitations. Escape wasn't about running far. It was about becoming invisible within the landscape itself, about reverting to the drifter existence he'd perfected. As long as he kept moving, avoided staying anywhere long enough to register as significant, told his stories to new audiences who couldn't compare them to previous versions, he might stay ahead of the investigation. But Detective Sergeant Manning was relentless, and the evidence gathered near the 183-mile hut had transformed speculation into certainty. Manning now had physical proof of murder, human remains, identifiable personal effects, and a suspect with motive, means, and opportunity. The investigation expanded, pulling in resources from across Western Australia, circulating Rolls' description to every police station, every checkpoint, every settlement between the Murchison and the coast. When they finally located and arrested Snowy Rolls, he showed no emotion. Witnesses described him as eerily calm, almost amused, as if the entire situation was an interesting problem rather than a death sentence. He was transported to Perth, charged with the murder of Lewis Caron, and held while prosecutors built their case. The prosecution faced significant challenges. Yes, they had Caron's remains and the distinctive wedding ring. But proving that Snowy Rolls had killed him required establishing a chain of evidence that transformed circumstantial details into undeniable narrative. They needed to show not just that Caron was dead, but that Rolls had killed him using the specific method Arthur Upfield had devised. This is where the case became unprecedented in Western Australian legal history. The prosecution would argue that a defendant had taken a fictional murder method, something that existed only in an unpublished manuscript, and executed it in reality. They would need to prove that Rolls had knowledge of this method, access to the victims, and the capability to carry out murders requiring extended periods of isolation and meticulous effort. The trial began on March 14, 1932, at the Perth Criminal Court. Snowy Rolls, alias John Thomas Smith, stood accused of the willful murder of Lewis Caron. The courtroom was packed. This case had captured public imagination in ways few murders did. The combination of literary connection, the brutality of the disposal method, and the mysterious disappearance of 3 men had created a narrative that felt almost novelistic in its elements. Arthur Upfield himself was called to testify, and his appearance in court must have been surreal for the author. He explained how he'd been working on The Sands of Windy, how he'd struggled with plotting the perfect murder, how George Ritchie had helped devise the disposal method. He recounted the conversations at Camel Station, specifically the gathering on October 5, 1929, when the method had been discussed in detail with multiple witnesses present, including Snowy Rolls. Upfield's testimony was crucial because it established that Rolls had specific, detailed knowledge of a murder method that precisely matched the physical evidence found at the crime scene. This wasn't coincidence. This was application of learned technique. George Ritchie corroborated Upfield's account, describing the process he'd devised. Burn the body completely, sift the ashes, dissolve bone fragments in acid, crush any remaining solid material to powder, scatter everything across vast distances. He testified that Rolls had been present during these discussions, had asked questions, had shown particular interest in the technical details. Other fence workers testified about Rolls's behavior during the relevant period. They remembered him leaving Camel Station with Ryan and Lloyd, then returning alone with Ryan's truck. They remembered his conflicting stories about what had happened to his companions. They remembered him later appearing with Lewis Karen, then again appearing alone, cashing Karen's paycheck, possessing Karen's belongings. The pattern was unmistakable, damning in its repetition. 3 men disappeared, and each time, Snowy Rolls was the last person seen with them. Each time, Rolls afterward possessed their property. Each time, Rolls told stories that didn't quite align, details shifting depending on audience and circumstance. The physical evidence from the crime scene was presented to the jury. Manning described the discovery of the massive fire site near the 183-mile hut, the painstaking process of sifting through ash to find fragments of bone, the discovery of Karen's wedding ring. Forensic experts testified that the bone fragments were human, that the fire had burned at temperatures consistent with complete body disposal, that the dispersal of remains matched the method Upfield had described. The wedding ring became the prosecution's star witness, if inanimate objects could testify. Mrs. Brown, Karen's widow, using his original name, was brought from New Zealand to identify it. She confirmed that her husband had worn this specific ring, that she'd taken it to be resized at a specific jeweler in Auckland. The jeweler's assistant, now profoundly aware of how his careless soldering had created forensic evidence, testified about the 9-carat solder used on an 18-carat ring, creating that distinctive discoloration that made the ring unique. This single piece of jewelry, survived through Rolls's carelessness or oversight, became the physical link tying the remains to a specific identity and tying that identity to Rolls's possession of the victim's paycheck and belongings. The prosecution then presented evidence about James Ryan and George Lloyd. While their bodies hadn't been found with the same certainty as Karen's, investigators had discovered other fire sites at locations associated with Rolls's movements during the period when Ryan and Lloyd disappeared. At one site near Chalibor, searchers found boot eyelets melted together, metal parts from an accordion that matched descriptions of Lloyd's instrument, and more bone fragments, these too small and damaged to be definitively identified as human, but consistent with remains that had been processed according to Upfield's method. The circumstantial web tightened. Rolls had been the last person seen with 3 men who subsequently vanished. He'd possessed their belongings immediately after their disappearances. He'd given conflicting accounts of their whereabouts. He'd been present at detailed discussions of a specific murder method. Physical evidence at multiple sites demonstrated that this exact method had been employed. And in one case, remains had been conclusively identified as belonging to a victim last seen with Rolls. The defense attempted to create reasonable doubt, arguing that the outback was vast, that men disappeared frequently, that possession of another man's vehicle or belongings could be explained through purchase or gift. They suggested that the fire sites could have been used for any number of purposes, that bone fragments could have been animal rather than human, that the prosecution was constructing a narrative from coincidence rather than proof. But the defense couldn't explain the wedding ring. They couldn't explain why Rolls had never replied to the telegram asking about Karen's whereabouts. They couldn't explain the precise correspondence between the method Upfield had described and the evidence investigators had found. They couldn't explain why 3 men, all last seen with Rolls, had vanished so completely. Throughout the trial, Snowy Rolls maintained an unsettling composure. He showed no remorse, no fear, no particular interest in the proceedings. He seemed to observe his own murder trial with the detachment of someone watching a play about someone else's life. This emotional absence disturbed observers more than rage or panic would have. It suggested a fundamental disconnection from normal human response, a psychological architecture built without the framework of empathy or conscience. Witnesses remarked on his eyes, pale, cold, looking through people rather than at them. He spoke when required but offered nothing voluntary, no explanation for the evidence mounting against him, no alternative narrative that might explain the damning convergence of circumstance and physical proof. The prosecution's closing argument was devastating in its clarity. They walked the jury through the timeline, 3 men disappeared during a specific period in a specific region. All 3 were last seen with the defendant. The defendant possessed their belongings immediately afterward. The defendant had detailed knowledge of a unique murder method that precisely matched physical evidence found at multiple sites associated with the victim's last known locations. One victim's remains had been conclusively identified through a distinctive wedding ring found at a fire site, and the defendant had cashed that victim's paycheck. This wasn't coincidence. This wasn't bad luck. This was systematic predation, murder executed with planning and precision, evidence disposal that would have been perfect except for a single overlooked detail, that wedding ring with its distinctive flaw. The defense's closing argument attempted to introduce doubt by emphasizing the circumstantial nature of much of the evidence. Yes, Rolls had been with these men. Yes, he'd possessed their belongings. But did that definitively prove murder? Couldn't there be explanations, however unlikely, that didn't involve homicide? The jury retired to deliberate. Court observers expected lengthy discussion. The case involved complex forensic evidence, circumstantial reasoning, and required belief that a murder method derived from fiction had been executed in reality. The jury returned in 2 hours. Guilty. The verdict was read. Snowy Rolls was found guilty of the willful murder of Lewis Caron. The judge asked if he had anything to say before sentencing. Rolls rose, and for the first time during the trial, something flickered behind those pale eyes. Not remorse, but defiance. His voice was clear, almost casual. Only this: I have been found guilty of a crime that has never been committed. It was a statement designed to disturb, to plant seeds of doubt, to suggest that somehow the entire prosecution case was built on misunderstanding or fabrication. But it was also revealing. Even facing death, Rolls couldn't admit what he'd done. Whether this was psychological inability or tactical choice, it demonstrated the essential hollowness at his core. The judge pronounced sentence: death by hanging. Rolls showed no reaction. He was led from the courtroom with the same unsettling calm he'd maintained throughout the trial, as if being sentenced to death was merely an interesting development rather than a terminal conclusion. His lawyers filed appeals, arguing technical points of law, challenging the admissibility of certain evidence, suggesting that the conviction rested too heavily on circumstantial reasoning. Every appeal was rejected. The physical evidence was solid, the witness testimony credible, the pattern of behavior undeniable. The courts found no basis to overturn the verdict or commute the sentence. As his execution date approached, reporters and officials attempted to interview Rolls, hoping for confession or explanation. Serial killers often, in their final days, seek some form of recognition or understanding, wanting their stories told, their motivations understood. Snowy Rolls offered nothing. He maintained his claim of innocence with that same disturbing calm, as if reality itself was negotiable, as if saying he hadn't murdered anyone could unmake the evidence, reverse the verdict, rewrite what had happened out there in the wilderness. Arthur Upfield, meanwhile, lived with the knowledge that his imagination had inspired real murders. The Sands of Windy had been published in 1931 and received critical acclaim for its clever plotting and ingenious disposal method. But Upfield took no joy in that recognition, knowing that his fictional cleverness had provided the blueprint for actual killings. He later wrote The Murchison Murders, a non-fiction account of the case, perhaps attempting to process the guilt and horror of having inadvertently contributed to deaths of 3 men. The wedding ring, that single piece of evidence that survived Rolls's meticulous disposal process, sat in an evidence locker, the physical manifestation of imperfection in what was meant to be the perfect crime. That careless soldering by a jeweler's assistant in Auckland, thousands of kilometers away, years before the murders, had become the thread that unraveled everything. Random chance had created a unique identifier that Rolls never knew existed until it was too late. This is the paradox of perfect crimes. They require perfection not just in execution but in knowledge of every variable. Rolls had followed Upfield's method precisely, but Upfield's method was theoretical, devised by a writer who'd never had to dispose of an actual body, who'd never had to account for the infinite small details that separate fiction from reality. That wedding ring with its distinctive flaw wasn't in Upfield's novel because Upfield hadn't imagined it. And what you can't imagine, you can't account for. The method was perfect in theory, but theory and practice separated at that ring, and in that separation, 3 murders found their evidence, and a killer found his gallows. June 13th, 1932, Fremantle Prison. Dawn approached with the reluctance of something that knows what it will illuminate. Snowy Rolls, John Thomas Smith, spent his final hours in the condemned cell, that peculiar purgatory where men wait for their appointment with rope and gravity. Prison records indicate he remained composed, showing the same unnerving calm that had characterized his behavior throughout arrest, trial, and sentencing. He ate a final meal. He met briefly with a chaplain, though whether he confessed anything remains unknown. Such conversations are privileged, their contents dying with the men who have them. The execution was scheduled for 8 o'clock in the morning, a time chosen for practical rather than symbolic reasons. Early enough that the prison staff were fresh, late enough that the machinery of death could be prepared thoroughly. Hangings, despite their primitive appearance, require technical precision. The rope must be the correct length for the condemned's weight and height. Too short and death comes through strangulation, an agonizing process taking minutes. Too long and decapitation becomes possible, a spectacle that disturbs even the most hardened witnesses. The executioner for Snowy Rolls' hanging was an experienced professional, a man who understood the mathematics of death, who calculated drop distances with the precision of an engineer. His calculations suggested that Rolls, given his lean build and average height, would require a drop of approximately 7 feet to ensure the cervical vertebrae separated cleanly, severing the spinal cord and causing immediate unconsciousness followed rapidly by death. At 7:30, guards entered Rolls' cell for the final preparation. Standard procedure required binding the condemned man's hands behind his back, then escorting him the short walk from cell to gallows. This walk, perhaps 50 meters in Fremantle Prison, has broken many men. The knowledge that each step brings you closer to your final moment, that the next few minutes contain everything remaining of your existence, that you are walking toward deliberate annihilation. It destroys composure, reveals the human beneath whatever facade has been maintained. Snowy Rolls walked to the gallows without assistance. Witnesses reported he showed no fear, no panic, no last-minute breakdown. He climbed the 13 steps to the platform, that number chosen not for superstition but for engineering the height necessary to achieve proper drop distance with steady gait. Whatever was happening inside his mind remained locked behind those pale, emotionless eyes. On the gallows platform, the executioner positioned Rolls over the trapdoor. The noose was placed around his neck, the knot positioned carefully behind the left ear. Placement matters, determines which direction the head snaps, influences how cleanly the vertebrae separate. A white hood was pulled over Rolls' face, a gesture of mercy for witnesses who don't need to see a dying man's final expressions. The chaplain spoke final prayers. Rolls was asked if he had any last words. One final opportunity to confess, to explain, to apologize, to acknowledge what he'd done to Ryan, Lloyd, and Karen out there in the wilderness. Snowy Rolls said nothing, or if he did, prison records don't preserve it. Some accounts suggest he maintained his innocence to the very end, insisted one last time that he'd committed no crime. Others suggest he simply remained silent, refusing to give satisfaction to those gathered to watch him die. At precisely 8 o'clock, the executioner pulled the lever. The trapdoor opened. Rolls dropped. The rope snapped taut with a sound witnesses described as sickeningly final, a crack that echoed in the execution chamber like a branch breaking. His body jerked once, violently, then hung motionless. The drop had been calculated correctly. Death came instantly or near enough that the difference was academic. Protocol required leaving the body suspended for an hour to ensure death was complete, to allow for medical examination, to transform a living man into a corpse that could be processed through the prison's bureaucratic machinery. During that hour, a doctor monitored for any signs of life, pulse, breathing, pupil response. There were none. Snowy Rolls was pronounced dead at 8:03 a.m., 3 minutes after the trap dropped, though actual death had occurred within seconds of the rope stopping. The body was cut down, examined, photographed for official records. An autopsy confirmed what everyone already knew. Cause of death was judicial hanging, cervical vertebrae severed cleanly, spinal cord destroyed, death instantaneous. The body was then buried in an unmarked grave within Fremantle Prison's grounds, the standard practice for executed criminals. No headstone, no memorial, no marker indicating that here lay a man who'd killed 3 others and nearly gotten away with it. News of the execution spread quickly through Western Australia. Public reaction was complex. Relief that a murderer had faced justice. Satisfaction that the investigation had succeeded despite the extreme difficulty of proving crimes where victims had been deliberately erased. But also lingering unease about the case's unusual elements. The connection to Arthur Upfield's novel, the method borrowed from fiction and executed in reality, the disturbing implication that perfect murders might be possible if only the perpetrator was careful enough. Arthur Upfield lived with complicated feelings about the case for the rest of his life. His Detective Inspector Napoleon Bonaparte series continued, ultimately spanning 29 novels published between 1929 and 1964. The Sands of Windy, the novel that had inadvertently inspired the Murchison murders, remained one of his most acclaimed works, praised for its ingenious plotting and detailed portrait of outback life. But Upfield couldn't read his own work without seeing the fire sites where Ryan, Lloyd, and Karen had been reduced to ash and fragments. In interviews later in life, Upfield expressed profound regret about discussing the murder method so casually with other fence workers. He'd thought he was just workshopping a plot problem, engaging in the kind of hypothetical discussion writers have constantly. He never imagined someone would actually use his method, translate his fiction into flesh and bone and fire. The guilt wasn't legal. No court suggested Upfield bore responsibility for Rolls' crimes, but it was moral, psychological, a burden he carried until his death in 1964. George Ritchie, who'd helped devise the disposal method during those conversations at Camel Station, also lived with knowledge of his inadvertent contribution. He'd been trying to help a colleague solve a narrative problem, applying his practical understanding of fire and chemistry to a theoretical question. He couldn't have known that his solution would kill 3 men. The case established legal precedent in Western Australia regarding circumstantial evidence and the admissibility of expert testimony about theoretical methods. Prosecutors in later cases would reference Rolls' conviction as proof that juries could be convinced even when direct evidence was minimal, provided the circumstantial pattern was strong enough and the physical evidence sufficiently compelling. But the deeper legacy of the Murchison murders was psychological and cultural. The case demonstrated that perfect crimes exist only in theory, that the gap between fictional perfection and messy reality always contains flaws, oversights, details the perpetrator couldn't anticipate. Rolls had followed Upfield's method meticulously, yet a wedding ring he didn't know was distinctive survived his fire. That single oversight, that unpredictable variable, transformed theoretical perfection into actual conviction. The families of Ryan, Lloyd, and Karen received no real closure. Ryan and Lloyd's remains were never definitively identified. The fire sites associated with their disappearances contained bone fragments too damaged for conclusive identification with 1930s forensic technology. Their families had to accept circumstantial certainty in place of physical proof, had to believe that justice had been served even though their loved ones' bodies couldn't be properly buried, mourned, memorialized. Karen's widow, Mrs. Brown, at least had the wedding ring and the conclusive identification it enabled. She could know with certainty what had happened, could grieve with the finality that comes from confirmed death rather than ambiguous disappearance. But she also had to live with the knowledge that her husband had been murdered and disposed of with such methodical brutality, reduced to ashes and fragments, his humanity erased as thoroughly as his physical form. The Murchison region itself carried scars from the case. The rabbit-proof fence, that monument to futile efforts to control nature, became associated with murder rather than agricultural policy. Boundary riders working the fence afterward knew they were walking the same paths Rolls had walked, maintaining the same huts where he'd planned his killings. The landscape, already isolating and hostile, gained an additional layer of menace, a psychological weight beyond its physical dangers. Prospectors and drifters became more cautious about traveling with strangers. The outback had always demanded wariness. The environment itself could kill through heat, thirst, distance, but now there was awareness that human predators might be more dangerous than natural hazards. Trust, that essential currency of isolated communities, depreciated in value. Men who previously would have offered rides or shared camps became suspicious, recognizing that the same isolation that made cooperation necessary also made victimization easy. Detective Sergeant Henry Manning received commendations for his investigative work, recognition that he'd solved what many believed was an unsolvable case. He'd taken 3 disappearances in a region where disappearances were common, recognized a pattern others had missed, pursued evidence in terrain that fought against discovery, and ultimately built a case strong enough to convict even with minimal physical evidence. His methodical approach became a model for investigating crimes in remote areas where traditional detective work, witnesses, crime scenes, evidence chains, had to be adapted to landscapes that preserved nothing and revealed less. But Manning too carried weight from the case. He knew, with certainty that came from evidence and pattern recognition, that Snowy Rolls had murdered at least 3 men. Yet he could only prove 1 killing conclusively enough for execution. Ryan and Lloyd remained officially unsolved, their deaths acknowledged but not prosecuted. Manning had to accept that sometimes justice is partial, that convicting a killer for 1 murder when you know he committed 3 is victory tinged with incompleteness. The case also raised unsettling questions about culpability and influence. Was Arthur Upfield in any way responsible for the murders his fictional method inspired? Legal systems said no. You cannot prosecute someone for having ideas, no matter how those ideas are misused by others. But moral philosophy offers less clear answers. If you devise a method for accomplishing something terrible, discuss it openly, and someone uses that method to accomplish that terrible thing, where does responsibility lie? Upfield himself wrestled with this question for decades. He continued writing murder mysteries because writing was his livelihood, his art, his identity. But he was more careful afterward about the methods he described, more conscious that someone might read his books not as entertainment but as instruction. The joy of crafting clever plots became complicated by awareness of potential consequences. Modern forensic science would have handled the Murchison murders differently. DNA analysis could have identified bone fragments conclusively. Trace evidence technology could have found microscopic remains Rolls believed he'd destroyed. Dental records could have identified victims from fragments that seemed meaningless to 1930s investigators. But these technologies didn't exist in 1932, which meant that Rolls' conviction rested on a combination of pattern recognition, circumstantial evidence, and 1 piece of physical proof that survived only through random chance. This reliance on fortune rather than forensic certainty makes the case particularly unsettling. If that wedding ring had been destroyed as thoroughly as everything else, if the jeweler's assistant had used the correct solder, if Karen hadn't maintained correspondence with friends who noticed his disappearance, would Snowy Rolls have been caught? Probably not. He'd have remained just another drifter moving through the outback, and Ryan, Lloyd, and Karen would have joined the thousands of men who disappeared into the Australian wilderness and were simply forgotten. The case reminds us that justice often depends on luck as much as skill, that the gap between getting away with murder and facing the gallows can be as narrow as a wedding ring's distinctive flaw. Rolls did everything right according to Upfield's method. He was methodical, patient, thorough. He understood the importance of isolation, of eliminating witnesses, of destroying evidence completely. He executed 3 murders and very nearly committed the perfect crimes Upfield had imagined. But perfection is impossible when dealing with reality's infinite variables. You can't account for wedding rings with distinctive repairs. You can't predict which victims will have friends who notice their absence. You can't control which investigators will recognize patterns others miss. You can't know which conversations, casually shared around campfires in the wilderness, will later become testimony that condemns you. The method was perfect in theory. The execution was meticulous in practice. But theory and practice separated at unpredictable points, and in those separations, 3 murders were solved and a killer was hanged. Snowy Rolls' body remains in its unmarked grave within Fremantle Prison's grounds. 1 more anonymous death in a place built for anonymous deaths. No marker indicates who lies there or what he did. The land keeps its secrets, just as the outback kept his secrets for a time, just as it still keeps secrets of other crimes, other disappearances, other men who walked into the wilderness with predators and never walked out. The rabbit-proof fence still stands in sections, though much of it has fallen into disrepair, rendered obsolete by changes in agricultural policy and ecological understanding. It remains a monument to human hubris, to the belief that we can control nature through sheer stubborn effort. And for those who know the history, it remains a monument to something darker. The understanding that the same isolation we seek for peace can also provide cover for predators, that the same wilderness that offers escape can also enable annihilation. 3 men died along that fence. Their killer followed them to the grave less than 2 years later. Arthur Upfield's fictional detective Napoleon Bonaparte solved many cases in the novels that followed, always using his brilliant deductive reasoning and understanding of the Australian landscape. But Upfield knew that his real contribution to Australian crime history wasn't his fictional detective. It was inadvertently providing the method that killed 3 men and nearly got away with it. The Murchison murders remain one of Australia's most infamous cases, not because of body count or brutality, but because of the unique intersection of literature and reality, the disturbing demonstration that fiction can instruct as easily as it can entertain, that perfect murders exist only until they don't, that justice sometimes arrives through wedding rings and coincidence rather than through brilliance and technology. And somewhere in the Australian outback, scattered across kilometers of wilderness, are the molecules that once were James Ryan, George Lloyd, and Lewis Carroll, reduced to dust, dispersed to wind, absorbed into earth and air and water. They're gone in every way that matters, erased as thoroughly as snowy rolls intended. Their physical forms destroyed beyond any possibility of reconstruction. But their story survives, preserved in trial transcripts and newspaper accounts, in Arthur Upfield's guilt-ridden memoir, in the collective memory of a nation that learned that sometimes the most dangerous books are the ones that haven't been published yet, and that sometimes evil wears the unremarkable face of a drifter with pale eyes and patient hands who studies murder methods around campfires and executes them in the wilderness where nobody can hear the screams. The perfect murder almost happened. 3 times. Almost. The wedding ring that caught a killer sits in a police museum now. A small piece of gold that survived fire hot enough to calcify bone. A random defect in soldering that became the thread unraveling 3 murders. Look at it long enough and you understand. Perfection is impossible when dealing with reality's infinite variables. Snowy Rolls learned this lesson at the end of a rope. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and subscribe, so you never miss the next true crime story to help you unwind. Now, let's get into our final story. Story 4. The Devil Wore a Smile. The Cordell Farrington Massacre. There are monsters who hide in shadows, and then there are monsters who walk freely among us, wearing the mask of normalcy so perfectly that no one suspects the horror beneath. Cordell Farrington was the latter. A predator whose eyes reflected an emptiness so profound that those who looked into them felt their souls grow cold. Between 1980 and 1982, the streets of South Carolina became his hunting ground, and 7 innocent lives were extinguished by hands that knew no mercy. This is not just a story of death. This is a descent into the mind of a killer whose brutality shocked even hardened homicide detectives. This is the story of how evil can wear a human face, how trust can become a death sentence, and how one man's rage transformed ordinary streets into corridors of terror. What you're about to hear will disturb you. It will haunt you, but it must be told, because the victims deserve to be remembered, and their stories demand to be heard. Welcome to the nightmare that was Cordell Farrington. Evil rarely announces itself with thunder and lightning. More often, it grows quietly in the dark corners of broken homes and damaged psyches, feeding on pain until it becomes something monstrous. Cordell Farrington entered this world on September 15, 1960, in the humid lowlands of South Carolina, where the air hung thick and heavy, much like the atmosphere of dread that would later surround his name. His childhood was a masterclass in dysfunction and neglect. The Farrington household was a pressure cooker of violence, poverty, and despair. His father, a man whose temper was as volatile as gasoline near flame, ruled through fear and brutality. The sound of breaking glass and screaming became the soundtrack of young Cordell's formative years. His mother, worn down by years of abuse, retreated into herself, becoming little more than a ghost haunting her own home. The children were left to navigate this war zone alone, learning early that the world was a cruel place where the strong dominated the weak. Cordell watched, absorbed, and learned. Violence became his first language. By the age of 7, he was torturing neighborhood animals. Cats that disappeared, dogs found mutilated in abandoned lots, birds whose wings he would methodically break before watching them struggle. These weren't childish pranks or momentary cruelty. These were rehearsals, practice runs for something far darker that was germinating in his developing mind. Teachers noticed something unsettling about the boy. His eyes carried a flatness that disturbed adults who tried to connect with him. He rarely smiled, and when he did, it never reached those dead eyes. Other children instinctively avoided him, sensing something fundamentally wrong the way animals sense approaching storms. He was isolated, angry, and developing a worldview where other people existed only as objects to be used or destroyed. His teenage years brought no improvement, only escalation. At 14, he was arrested for breaking into a neighbor's home. At 16, assault charges were filed after he attacked another student with a piece of broken glass, carving a jagged line across the boy's face that would leave a permanent scar. The juvenile justice system processed him through its machinery, but nothing stuck. He was slippery, manipulative when he needed to be, and the system was overwhelmed with cases they deemed more serious. Farrington discovered early that he could read people, could sense their weaknesses and exploit them. He learned to mirror emotions he didn't feel, to manufacture charm when it served his purposes. To the untrained eye, he could appear almost normal during these performances. But those who looked closer, who paid attention to the disconnect between his words and the coldness radiating from his core, felt an instinctive recoil. By 18, he had dropped out of school entirely, drifting through a series of menial jobs that he could never keep for long. His temper would flare, his mask would slip, and employers would see glimpses of what lurked beneath. He worked construction sites, loading docks, and warehouses, places where he could blend into the background, where no one asked too many questions about who he was or where he came from. It was during this period that his violence toward women began to manifest openly. A girlfriend reported him to police after he choked her unconscious during an argument. She showed up at the station with bruises circling her throat like a terrible necklace, fingerprints pressed into her skin like brands. She was terrified, certain he would kill her if she stayed. The case went nowhere. She refused to testify when the court date arrived, too frightened of what he might do in retaliation. Another woman wasn't as fortunate to escape. In 1979, Sarah Mitchell, a 23-year-old waitress, was found beaten so severely that her own family struggled to recognize her. She survived, but barely, spending 3 weeks in intensive care with a fractured skull, broken ribs, and internal bleeding that required emergency surgery. She couldn't identify her attacker. The trauma had fragmented her memory, but she remembered one detail with crystalline clarity: his eyes. She described them as empty, like looking into a doll's eyes, dead, lifeless, void of anything human. The investigation went cold. There wasn't enough evidence to pursue any suspects. Sarah Mitchell eventually moved away from South Carolina, desperate to escape the memories and the nightmares that plagued her sleep. She would later learn that her attacker had been Cordell Farrington, but by then, his crimes had escalated far beyond a brutal assault. By then, he had graduated from beating women to killing them. The year 1980 marked the beginning of Farrington's reign of terror, though no one recognized it as such at the time. His first confirmed murder victim was discovered on a humid June morning when the sun was already beating down mercilessly, turning the South Carolina landscape into a shimmering heat haze. The victim was Jennifer Hastings, a 19-year-old college student who had been home for summer break. She had last been seen leaving a local diner where she worked evening shifts, walking toward the parking lot with her tips jingling in her apron pocket. She never made it home. A jogger found her body 3 days later in a wooded area off Highway 321, partially concealed by brush and pine needles. What Farrington had done to her was unspeakable. Her face was so badly beaten that identification had to be made through dental records. Her clothes had been torn away, and her body bore evidence of a sustained, vicious attack. Ligature marks on her wrists and ankles indicated she had been restrained. The medical examiner's report, sanitized and clinical in its language, couldn't mask the horror of what this young woman had endured before death finally released her. The cause of death was listed as blunt force trauma to the head and asphyxiation. She had been strangled with such force that her hyoid bone was fractured. But that hadn't been the beginning of her ordeal. Forensic evidence suggested the attack had lasted hours. She had fought desperately for her life. Defensive wounds on her hands and arms testified to her struggle. But against Farrington's size and rage, she never stood a chance. The community reacted with shock and grief. Jennifer had been a bright, beloved young woman with her whole future stretching before her. Vigils were held. The local paper ran her photograph, a smiling girl with hopeful eyes who would never smile again. Police launched an investigation, but leads were scarce. There were no witnesses. No surveillance cameras had captured anything useful. The crime scene yielded little forensic evidence that could identify a suspect. Farrington had been careful, calculating even in his brutality. He had also gotten away with it, and that first kill awakened something in him that could never be satisfied. 3 months passed. The investigation into Jennifer Hastings' murder had stalled, relegated to the growing stack of unsolved cases that haunted the local police department. The community was just beginning to convince itself that Jennifer's death had been an isolated incident, a terrible tragedy, but not the beginning of something worse. They were wrong. In September 1980, Cordell Farrington struck again. This time his victim was Linda Patterson, a 31-year-old mother of 2 who worked as a nurse at the local hospital. Linda was known for her kindness, her dedication to her patients, and her infectious laugh that could brighten the darkest hospital corridor. She had pulled a double shift and was walking to her car in the hospital parking lot at 2 in the morning, exhausted but satisfied with the patients she had helped that night. She never saw Farrington coming. He had been watching her for weeks, learning her schedule, noting when she worked late shifts and walked to her car alone. He knew the parking lot's blind spots, the areas where security cameras couldn't reach. He had planned everything meticulously. When Linda approached her vehicle, Farrington emerged from between parked cars, moving with predatory speed. He grabbed her from behind, one hand clamping over her mouth to muffle her screams, the other arm crushing her against his chest with terrifying strength. He dragged her to a waiting vehicle, a nondescript van he had stolen earlier that evening. Linda fought with everything she had, knowing instinctively that if he got her into that van, she was dead. She managed to scratch his face deeply, drawing blood, leaving evidence under her fingernails that would later be cataloged but remained useless without a suspect to compare it to. But her resistance only enraged Farrington further. He slammed her head against the van's frame with sickening force, stunning her into semi-consciousness. Then he threw her inside and drove away from the hospital parking lot, disappearing into the night. Linda Patterson's body was found 36 hours later in a rural area outside town, dumped in a drainage ditch like garbage. What Farrington had done to her in those hours between her abduction and death was beyond comprehension. The autopsy revealed a litany of horrors. She had been sexually assaulted repeatedly. She had been beaten with such savagery that multiple bones were broken: her jaw, her ribs, her left arm. Ligature marks showed she had been tied up during her ordeal. And finally, mercifully, she had been strangled to death, though the medical examiner believed she had been barely conscious by that point, her body already shutting down from the trauma. The discovery of Linda's body sent shockwaves through the community. 1 murder could be an aberration. 2 suggested something far more terrifying. A predator was hunting in their midst. Police held press conferences urging women to travel in groups, to avoid walking alone at night, to be vigilant. But how do you protect yourself against a monster who looks like everyone else, who stalks his prey with patience and cunning? Farrington, meanwhile, felt invincible. He had killed twice and remained undetected. The police had no suspects, no real leads. He was moving through society like a shark through dark water, invisible until the moment he struck. And he was already planning his next kill. The winter of 1980 arrived with unusual cold, frost coating the Carolina landscape in delicate crystalline patterns that belied the horror unfolding in the shadows. Cordell Farrington was evolving as a killer, becoming more confident, more brazen, and infinitely more dangerous. The gap between his murders was shrinking. The demon inside him was demanding to be fed more frequently, and he was more than willing to oblige. His third victim was discovered on December 19, 1980, just days before Christmas. Her name was Angela Rodriguez, a 26-year-old elementary school teacher whose passion for education and love for her students made her a beloved figure in the community. Angela had been shopping for Christmas presents at a local mall, her car loaded with wrapped gifts for her students and family. Security footage later showed her walking toward her vehicle, arms full of shopping bags, completely unaware that death was waiting between the parked cars. Farrington had followed her from the mall entrance, watching and waiting for his opportunity. When Angela stopped to dig through her purse for her keys, struggling to balance her shopping bags, he made his move. The attack was swift and brutal. He struck her from behind with a tire iron, the impact dropping her instantly to the cold pavement. Her shopping bags scattered, wrapped presents tumbling across the asphalt. He dragged her unconscious body into his vehicle and drove away. The entire abduction took less than 30 seconds. By the time mall security reviewed the footage, Angela was already dead. Her body was found 3 days later, on December 22nd, by a farmer checking his property. She had been dumped in a remote field, her body partially covered with loose dirt and dead leaves in a half-hearted attempt at concealment. The condition of her remains suggested she had survived for some time after her abduction. The medical examiner determined she had been alive for at least 24 hours after being taken, meaning she had spent a full day knowing she was going to die, trapped with a monster who showed no mercy. The brutality inflicted on Angela Rodriguez exceeded even that of the previous victims. Her body bore evidence of sustained torture. Burn marks on her skin suggested Farrington had used cigarettes to inflict pain. Her fingers were broken, bent at unnatural angles. Her face was unrecognizable from the beating she had endured. The sexual assault was so violent that it had caused severe internal injuries. Strangulation was again the ultimate cause of death, but the medical examiner noted that death would have been a mercy after what she had suffered. The discovery of Angela's body so close to Christmas devastated the community. Her students returned from winter break to learn that their beloved teacher would never return. A memorial service filled the largest church in town, with standing room only as hundreds came to mourn. But beneath the grief was a growing terror. 3 women murdered in 6 months. A serial killer was stalking South Carolina, and no one knew who he was or how to stop him. Law enforcement was under tremendous pressure to solve the cases. The FBI was brought in to assist with profiling and investigation. They confirmed what local police already suspected. They were dealing with an organized serial killer who carefully selected and stalked his victims. The profile suggested a white male in his 20s or 30s, someone who could blend into normal society, possibly with a history of violence against women. The profile described Cordell Farrington with eerie accuracy, but without a suspect, it was just words on paper. Farrington was becoming addicted to the kill. The planning, the stalking, the moment of attack, all of it sent adrenaline coursing through his system like a powerful drug. But it was the control he wielded over his victims that truly satisfied him. In those hours when they were completely at his mercy, he was God. Their lives were his to extend or extinguish. Their pain was his to inflict or withhold. The power was intoxicating, and he craved it constantly. His 4th victim was taken on February 14, 1981, Valentine's Day. The cruel irony wasn't lost on investigators when they later pieced together the timeline. Rebecca Walsh was a 41-year-old divorced mother of 3, a hardworking woman who juggled 2 jobs to support her family. She had been walking to her car after finishing a late shift at a convenience store, bone-tired and thinking about the few hours of sleep she might get before starting her morning job. Farrington had been waiting in the parking lot for hours, watching the store, patient as a spider in its web. He approached her under the pretense of asking for directions, a common tactic that lowered his victim's defenses. Rebecca, kind-hearted by nature, stopped to help him. That moment of compassion cost her everything. Farrington grabbed her, a knife suddenly pressed against her throat, his whispered threats freezing her with terror. He forced her into his vehicle at knife point and drove away into the night. By the time her family reported her missing the next morning, Farrington had already begun his torture. Rebecca's body was found 5 days later in an abandoned building on the outskirts of town. The scene was horrific beyond description. She had been bound to a chair, her body showing signs of prolonged torture. The medical examiners report detailed injuries so extensive that it was clear Farrington had kept her alive for days, systematically inflicting pain. Cigarette burns covered her torso. Her fingernails had been removed. She had been beaten repeatedly. The sexual assault was savage and ongoing. Finally, he had strangled her with a ligature, slowly, watching the life fade from her eyes. What made Rebecca's case particularly haunting was evidence suggesting she had been conscious for much of her ordeal. Investigators found scratch marks on the floor around the chair where she had been bound, indicating she had tried desperately to escape even as her strength failed. She had fought to survive, to get back to her children, until the very end. Her death was not quick or merciful. It was prolonged agony at the hands of a sadist who reveled in her suffering. The investigation was now classified as a major serial murder case. Task forces were assembled. Rewards were offered for information. Women throughout the region were terrified to leave their homes. Gun sales spiked. Self-defense classes were packed. The atmosphere was one of siege, a community under attack by an invisible enemy. But Farrington remained a ghost. He left minimal forensic evidence. He was careful about being seen. His victims were taken from different locations at different times, with no obvious pattern that investigators could use to predict where he might strike next. He was intelligent, organized, and evolving with each kill, learning from any mistakes and adapting his methods. The spring of 1981 brought warmer weather but no relief from the terror. On May 3rd, Farrington claimed his fifth victim. Michelle Thompson was a 28-year-old fitness instructor, healthy and strong, someone who should have been able to defend herself. But against Farrington's combination of surprise, weapons, and brutal strength, even Michelle's fitness couldn't save her. She was jogging on a popular trail, her routine known to anyone who paid attention. Farrington had observed her for 2 weeks, learning her schedule, noting that she often jogged alone in the early morning hours when the trail was largely deserted. He waited for her at a secluded section of the path, hidden in the tree line. When she passed, he tackled her from behind with the force of a linebacker, driving her to the ground before she could scream. The attack happened so quickly that she barely had time to register what was occurring. Michelle fought harder than any of his previous victims. She was trained in self-defense, strong and athletic. She managed to break free initially, sprinting down the trail screaming for help. But the trail was empty that morning, no other joggers around to hear her cries. Farrington chased her down, catching her within 50 yards. This time he was enraged by her resistance. He beat her unconscious right there on the trail, then dragged her body into the woods where he had left his vehicle. Her body was discovered the same day by other joggers who found blood on the trail and followed the drag marks. Michelle had been strangled to death, but not before enduring a vicious sexual assault and beating. The medical examiner noted that her injuries suggested she had regained consciousness at some point during the attack and continued fighting, which only increased the brutality Farrington inflicted. Her hands bore defensive wounds, broken fingers, torn skin. She had literally fought for her life until her heart stopped beating. The discovery of Michelle's body so quickly after her abduction represented a slight change in Farrington's pattern. Previously, he had kept his victims alive for extended periods, torturing them before finally killing them. With Michelle, the murder had been relatively quick by his standards, likely completed within hours of her abduction. Investigators theorized that her fierce resistance had disrupted his plans, forcing him to kill her sooner than he intended and abandon her body without the usual attempt at concealment. This gave investigators hope that he was becoming rattled, perhaps making mistakes. They intensified their efforts, conducting hundreds of interviews, following up on every tip no matter how insignificant it seemed. But Farrington remained frustratingly elusive. He had no criminal record that would flag him in their systems. He lived a transient lifestyle that made him difficult to track. And he was becoming increasingly paranoid, changing his routines, varying his patterns, always staying one step ahead of law enforcement. Summer arrived with oppressive heat and humidity that made the South Carolina air feel thick enough to chew. The investigation continued at a frantic pace, but with each passing week without progress, the sense of helplessness grew. The killer had claimed 5 lives in just over a year, and there seemed to be no end in sight. He was prolific, brutal, and apparently unstoppable. Women throughout the region lived in fear, never knowing if they might be next. Parents wouldn't let their daughters out alone. Businesses saw decreased foot traffic as people avoided being out after dark. The community was paralyzed by terror, and Cordell Farrington was just getting started. The summer of 1981 was scorching, temperatures regularly climbing above 95 degrees, turning the landscape into a suffocating oven of heat and humidity. But the weather was nothing compared to the heated frenzy gripping law enforcement and the mounting dread choking the community. Cordell Farrington had become a specter of death, his shadow falling across the region like a curse. The body count was rising, and despite the best efforts of local police and federal investigators, he remained maddeningly out of reach. His 6th victim was discovered on July 28, 1981. Patricia Holloway was a 34-year-old nurse practitioner, engaged to be married with a wedding planned for October. She had her whole life carefully mapped out. A career she loved, a man she adored, dreams of starting a family. All of it was destroyed in the course of one terrible night when she crossed paths with Cordell Farrington. Patricia had been working the evening shift at a medical clinic, staying late to complete patient charts and prepare for the next day. The clinic was located in a professional building with a shared parking garage, normally busy during business hours but nearly empty at night. She had worked late countless times before without incident. But on this particular night, Farrington was waiting. He had been stalking the area for weeks, not targeting Patricia specifically but watching for opportunity. When he saw her exit the building alone at nearly 11 o'clock, exhausted and distracted, he recognized the perfect victim. She was petite, unlikely to overpower him. She was alone. The parking garage's security cameras had blind spots he had already identified. Everything aligned perfectly for his purposes. Patricia never made it to her car. Farrington attacked from behind, using a chloroform-soaked cloth pressed over her nose and mouth to render her unconscious quickly and quietly. He dragged her limp body to his vehicle, placed her in the trunk, and drove away. The entire abduction took less than 2 minutes. By the time her fiancé called the police to report her missing the following morning, concerned when she never came home, Farrington had already transported her to a remote location where her screams would never be heard. What he did to Patricia Holloway over the next 3 days represented the absolute depths of human depravity. When her body was finally discovered in a wooded area by hunters, the scene was so disturbing that several officers had to step away to vomit. The medical examiner, a veteran who had seen decades of death in all its forms, later admitted that Patricia's case haunted him for the rest of his career. The autopsy revealed a systematic pattern of torture. Patricia had been kept alive for approximately 72 hours, bound and helpless while Farrington inflicted unimaginable pain. Burn marks covered her body, cigarettes, matches, and possibly heated metal. Her bones showed multiple fractures inflicted at different times, suggesting repeated beatings over the course of days. The sexual assault was prolonged and brutal, causing severe internal damage. Her fingers had been broken methodically, one by one. Ligature marks on her wrists and ankles cut so deeply they reached bone, evidence of her desperate attempts to escape her bonds. But perhaps the most chilling aspect was evidence suggesting Farrington had left her alone for periods of time, bound but conscious, to contemplate her fate. Investigators found marks on the walls of the abandoned shed where she had been held, scratches that matched her fingernails where she had somehow managed to reach the wall despite her restraints. She had been trying to leave some sign of where she was, some clue that might lead to her rescue. But rescue never came. Instead, after 3 days of torture, Farrington strangled her to death with a rope, taking his time, watching her life ebb away. Patricia's murder sent shockwaves through the community that exceeded even the previous cases. She was well known and well loved, a healthcare provider who had touched countless lives. Her fiancé was destroyed, becoming a shell of himself overnight. The wedding that should have been a celebration became a funeral, and the question on everyone's mind grew more desperate. When would this monster be stopped? Law enforcement was working around the clock. The task force dedicated to catching the killer had grown to include dozens of investigators. They were pursuing every lead, interviewing thousands of people, building databases of potential suspects. But Farrington's ability to avoid detection was uncanny. He left virtually no forensic evidence. Witnesses were non-existent or unhelpful. The profile they had built was accurate but useless without someone to compare it against. What investigators didn't know was that Farrington was deliberately taunting them. He would sometimes park near crime scenes after bodies were discovered, sitting in his vehicle watching the police activity, feeling a sense of superiority and invincibility. He read newspaper coverage of his crimes obsessively, clipping articles and keeping them like trophies. The fear he generated thrilled him almost as much as the killings themselves. He was becoming legendary, a name whispered in terror, and he reveled in the dark fame. The pressure on law enforcement reached a breaking point after Patricia's murder. The governor called for additional resources. The FBI increased their involvement, sending additional profilers and investigators. Reward money for information leading to the killer's arrest climbed above $50,000. Neighborhood watch programs formed throughout the region. But despite all these efforts, summer turned to fall with no progress toward identifying the killer. Then came the murder that would ultimately be Farrington's last, though no one knew it at the time. On October 9, 1981, he abducted his seventh and final victim. Her name was Karen Mitchell, a 38-year-old librarian, quiet and gentle, someone who had dedicated her life to books and learning. She lived alone with 2 cats, maintained a small circle of close friends, and could never have imagined becoming the target of such evil. Karen was abducted from the parking lot of the library where she worked. It was early evening, not yet fully dark, in a relatively public area. But Farrington had become so confident in his methods that he no longer felt constrained by daylight or the possibility of witnesses. He approached her at her car, knife in hand, and forced her into his vehicle at knife point. A woman in a nearby car witnessed the abduction but was so shocked that by the time she processed what she was seeing and called police, Farrington had vanished. But this witness would prove crucial. She was able to provide a description of Farrington, approximate height, build, hair color, and more importantly, a partial license plate number for his vehicle. It was the first solid lead investigators had received in the entire case. Every available officer was mobilized to track down vehicles matching the description. For the first time, they had something tangible to pursue. Unfortunately for Karen Mitchell, the wheels of investigation don't turn fast enough to save a life measured in hours. While police were running down the partial plate and compiling lists of potential matches, Farrington had already transported Karen to the abandoned farmhouse he was using as his current killing ground. What happened there over the next 18 hours would be revealed in the autopsy and crime scene evidence, painting a picture of horror that defied comprehension. Karen's body was found at the farmhouse 2 days later when police, working through their list of vehicle matches, identified Farrington as a person of interest and tracked him to the property. They arrived to execute a search warrant, hoping at best to find evidence linking him to the murders. Instead, they found Karen's body still warm. They had missed saving her by less than 3 hours. The scene at the farmhouse was a charnel house that would become infamous in criminal justice circles. Karen had been bound to a chair in the basement, her body showing signs of prolonged torture. The methodology was consistent with the previous victims: beatings, burns, sexual assault, systematic infliction of pain. But there was a new element that suggested Farrington's depravity was escalating. Evidence indicated he had recorded portions of the torture on a camera found at the scene. He was documenting his crimes, creating souvenirs of his victims' suffering. Karen had died from a combination of trauma and strangulation. The medical examiner determined that she had fought for consciousness during her ordeal, repeatedly losing and regaining awareness as Farrington inflicted damage and then waited for her to revive before continuing. Her final hours were an unimaginable nightmare of pain and terror, knowing death was coming but unable to escape or hasten its arrival. When Farrington finally strangled her with his bare hands, it ended an ordeal that had lasted nearly a full day. But the farmhouse yielded something beyond Karen's body. It was a treasure trove of evidence that investigators had been desperately seeking for over a year. Personal items belonging to several of the previous victims were found hidden in the house. Jewelry, identification cards, photographs. These were Farrington's trophies, proof that he was responsible for all 7 murders. The camera contained footage so disturbing that officers who reviewed it required counseling. And most damning of all, forensic evidence throughout the property definitively linked Farrington to the crime scenes. The manhunt for Cordell Farrington was now the highest priority for every law enforcement agency in the region. His face was plastered on every news broadcast, every newspaper front page. Tips flooded in by the thousands. The net was closing and Farrington knew it. His reign of terror was approaching its end, though he still had one more act of violence left to commit. He went on the run, but it was clear he was panicking. Gone was the careful planning and methodical approach that had characterized his previous crimes. He was reactive now, desperate, making mistakes. He stole a vehicle and fled north, hoping to disappear into another state where he could reinvent himself and eventually resume his killing. But his face was too well known now. Too many people were looking for him. There was nowhere left to hide. 3 days after the discovery at the farmhouse, Farrington was spotted at a gas station in North Carolina. The attendant recognized him immediately and called police while pretending to process his payment. Farrington sensed something was wrong and fled, leading police on a high-speed chase that ended when he lost control of his vehicle and crashed into a tree. He survived the crash but was severely injured, rendering him unable to resist as officers dragged him from the wreckage and placed him under arrest. Cordell Farrington's spree had finally ended. 7 women were dead, their lives stolen by a man who saw them as nothing more than objects for his pleasure and rage. But while his capture brought relief, it couldn't undo the damage he had wrought or return the innocence stolen from an entire community that learned evil truly does walk among us. The arrest of Cordell Farrington sent shockwaves of relief mixed with lingering horror through South Carolina and beyond. The monster had been caged, but the scars he left behind would never fully heal. The legal proceedings that followed would captivate the nation and provide a harrowing look into the mind of a serial killer whose brutality shocked even those accustomed to studying criminal behavior. Farrington was hospitalized for 2 weeks following his crash and arrest, recovering from broken bones and internal injuries under guard in a secure wing. Even injured and imprisoned, he radiated menace. Nurses assigned to his care reported feeling deeply unsettled by his presence. He would stare at them with those dead eyes, occasionally smiling in a way that made their skin crawl. One nurse later testified that he had whispered to her, "You look just like one of them," causing her to request immediate reassignment. Once medically cleared, Farrington was transported to a maximum security facility to await trial. The prosecution faced the enormous task of organizing evidence from 7 separate murders, each its own complex case. The evidence recovered from the farmhouse provided the backbone of their case: the personal items belonging to victims, the horrifying video footage, forensic evidence linking Farrington to each crime scene. But they wanted to build an ironclad case that would ensure conviction on all counts and eliminate any possibility of appeal success. The investigation into Farrington's background revealed disturbing patterns that stretched back years before his known murders began. Detectives uncovered several unsolved assaults and disappearances in areas where Farrington had lived or worked. While they couldn't definitively prove he was responsible for all of them, the circumstantial evidence was compelling. It became clear that the 7 confirmed murders represented only the documented portion of his violence. The true body count might never be known. Forensic psychologists evaluated Farrington extensively, trying to understand the mechanisms that produced such a remorseless killer. Their reports painted a picture of a man completely devoid of empathy, someone for whom other people existed only as tools or victims. He demonstrated all the hallmarks of psychopathy: superficial charm when it served his purposes, grandiose sense of self-worth, pathological lying, and complete lack of remorse for his actions. When asked about his victims during these evaluations, he showed no emotion, discussing their murders with the same detachment someone might use to describe their breakfast menu. One particularly chilling moment came during a psychiatric evaluation when the doctor asked Farrington if he felt any remorse for what he had done. Farrington had smiled, leaned forward, and replied, "The only thing I regret is getting caught before I finished." When pressed about what he meant by finished, he simply stared at the doctor and said nothing more. That statement, recorded and later admitted as evidence, would haunt everyone who heard it. The trial began in April 1982, 6 months after Farrington's arrest. The courthouse required extraordinary security measures. Metal detectors were installed at every entrance. Armed guards were stationed throughout the building. The families of victims, survivors of his earlier non-fatal attacks, and members of the press packed the gallery every day. Outside, protesters carried signs demanding the death penalty, while others held vigil for the victims, their photographs displayed so they would not be forgotten in the spectacle of the trial. The prosecution's case was methodical and devastating. They presented the physical evidence first, the personal items recovered from the farmhouse, each one identified by grieving family members who had to see these remnants of their loved one's final moments. Jennifer Hastings' mother identified her daughter's necklace, breaking down on the witness stand. Rebecca Walsh's children identified their mother's nursing badge. Patricia Holloway's fiancé identified her engagement ring, the one she should have worn at their wedding. Then came the forensic evidence. Medical examiners testified about the injuries sustained by each victim, using clinical language that couldn't mask the suffering those injuries represented. The testimony was graphic and necessary, ensuring the jury understood the full scope of Farrington's brutality. Photographs of the crime scenes were admitted into evidence, causing several jury members visible distress. The judge repeatedly had to call for composure in the courtroom as the true horror of what Farrington had done became undeniable. The video evidence recovered from the farmhouse was shown in a closed session, with only the judge, jury, attorneys, and necessary court personnel present. The media and public were excluded due to the extreme graphic nature of the content. Even hardened prosecutors struggled to watch it. The footage showed portions of Karen Mitchell's torture, her pleas for mercy falling on deaf ears as Farrington inflicted systematic pain. Several jury members wept openly. One juror had to be excused briefly to compose himself. The footage left no doubt about Farrington's guilt or his sadistic nature. The defense strategy was limited by the overwhelming evidence. Farrington's attorneys couldn't claim innocence. The proof was irrefutable. Instead, they attempted to argue diminished capacity, suggesting that Farrington's abusive childhood and possible mental illness should be considered as mitigating factors. They brought in their own psychologists who testified about the cycle of violence and how childhood trauma can create killers. But the prosecution dismantled this argument effectively. Yes, Farrington had suffered abuse as a child, but millions of people experience childhood trauma without becoming serial killers. His crimes showed planning, organization, and awareness of right and wrong. He knew his actions were illegal, which was why he went to such lengths to avoid detection. He was capable of controlling his impulses when it suited him, such as maintaining employment or presenting a normal facade. His violence was a choice, not an uncontrollable compulsion. The prosecution also called survivors of Farrington's earlier attacks to testify. Sarah Mitchell, the woman who had been beaten nearly to death in 1979, took the stand and described her attack in detail. She spoke of the emptiness in his eyes, the methodical nature of the beating, how she had been certain she was going to die. Her testimony established a pattern of escalating violence that culminated in murder. Another woman testified about being choked unconscious during a relationship with Farrington, showing the jury that his violence toward women was long-standing and intentional. Farrington himself chose not to testify, exercising his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. His attorneys advised against it, knowing that his lack of emotion and inability to feign remorse would only harm his case. Instead, he sat at the defense table throughout the trial, occasionally taking notes, sometimes staring at the ceiling, rarely showing any reaction to the testimony. When photographs of his victims were displayed, pictures from when they were alive, smiling, and full of hope, he glanced at them with no more interest than someone perusing a grocery store flyer. The families of the victims were given opportunities to provide victim impact statements. These moments were among the most powerful and heartbreaking of the entire trial. Jennifer Hastings' mother spoke of the daughter she would never see married, the grandchildren she would never meet. She described the empty chair at every holiday gathering, the bedroom left untouched because she couldn't bear to pack away her daughter's belongings. She looked directly at Farrington and said, "You didn't just kill my daughter, you killed part of all of us." He stared back at her with complete indifference. Linda Patterson's children, now being raised by their grandmother, submitted written statements that were read aloud. Her teenage daughter wrote about coming home from school to learn her mother was missing, the agonizing days of hope before her body was found, the nightmares that plagued her sleep. Her son described how he couldn't remember his mother's voice anymore, how that memory had faded and no recording existed to preserve it. These were the ripple effects of Farrington's violence. Destroyed families, traumatized children, lives forever altered. Angela Rodriguez's colleagues from the elementary school where she taught testified about the impact of her death on the students. Young children who had lost their beloved teacher struggled with anxiety and fear. Several developed behavioral problems. The school brought in counselors, but how do you explain to a 7-year-old that monsters are real and one of them took their teacher away? Angela's murder had stolen not just her life, but the innocence of dozens of children who learned far too early that the world contains true evil. Rebecca Walsh's children were now teenagers, old enough to attend the trial, though their grandmother tried to shield them from the worst details. Her oldest son sat in the gallery every day, staring at Farrington with barely contained rage. In his victim impact statement, he spoke of growing up without a mother, of how every milestone, graduations, first dates, achievements, was tinged with sadness because she wasn't there to share them. He ended his statement by saying, "My mother was a nurse. She dedicated her life to helping people, and you tortured her to death. I hope you rot in hell." Michelle Thompson's parents were elderly, and her murder had aged them even further. They spoke of their daughter's vitality, her passion for fitness and helping others achieve their health goals. Her mother could barely get through her statement, breaking down repeatedly as she described identifying her daughter's body, seeing what had been done to her. Her father, a retired veteran who had seen combat, said that nothing in war had prepared him for the evil he saw in Cordell Farrington. Patricia Holloway's fiancé provided testimony that was particularly wrenching. He spoke of their plans for the future, the wedding invitations already sent when she disappeared, the life they should have built together. He described the torture of the days she was missing, the false hope that somehow she might still be alive, and then the devastating reality when her body was found. He said he would never marry, never have the family they had planned, because no one could ever replace her. His grief was palpable, filling the courtroom with the weight of all that had been stolen from him. Karen Mitchell's friends and colleagues from the library testified about her gentle nature, her love of books and learning, her kindness to everyone she encountered. They spoke of how she had always felt safe in the library, surrounded by knowledge and order, and how that sanctuary had ultimately provided no protection against the chaos of Farrington's violence. Her best friend described finding Karen's cats alone in her apartment, unfed and confused, waiting for an owner who would never return. Even this small detail, the pets left behind, hammered home the totality of what murder destroys. The prosecution's closing argument was powerful and succinct. They had proven beyond any doubt that Cordell Farrington had murdered 7 women with premeditation and extreme cruelty. The evidence was overwhelming. The testimony was clear. The defendant had shown no remorse, no humanity, no recognition that he had done anything wrong. He was a predator who had hunted innocent women for his own twisted satisfaction, and he would do it again if given the opportunity. Justice demanded conviction on all counts and the maximum penalty allowed by law. The defense's closing argument attempted to humanize Farrington, to paint him as a product of abuse and neglect who needed treatment rather than punishment. But the words rang hollow against the mountain of evidence showing his calculated cruelty. The jury had seen the photographs, heard the testimony, witnessed his complete lack of remorse. No amount of appeal to his difficult childhood could erase what he had done or suggest he deserved anything less than the harshest judgment. The jury deliberated for less than 4 hours. When they returned, the verdict was unanimous on all counts. Guilty of 7 counts of first-degree murder, guilty of kidnapping, guilty of sexual assault, guilty on every single charge presented. As the verdicts were read, a sound went through the courtroom, a collective release of breath, sobbing from the victims' families, a sense that at least this much was right. Farrington showed no reaction, simply standing silently as his fate was pronounced. The penalty phase followed, where the jury would decide whether Farrington should receive life in prison or death. The prosecution argued that the aggravating factors in this case were extraordinary. Multiple murders, torture, sexual assault, the targeting of vulnerable victims. There were no mitigating factors sufficient to warrant mercy. The defense argued against the death penalty, citing his age, only 21 when arrested, and again bringing up his abusive background. But the jury had seen enough. They recommended death, and the judge concurred. Cordell Farrington was sentenced to death by lethal injection, with 7 separate death sentences running consecutively. Even if one were overturned on appeal, 6 more waited behind it. The judge, in pronouncing sentence, departed from his usual judicial neutrality to say that in 30 years on the bench, he had never encountered such calculated evil. He expressed hope that the sentence would bring some measure of closure to the families, though he acknowledged that true healing might never come. Farrington was transported to death row, where he would spend the next phase of his life in isolation, waiting for his execution date while his attorneys filed the mandatory appeals. Life on death row seemed to suit him in a perverse way. He maintained the same cold demeanor, occasionally granting interviews to criminal psychologists and journalists fascinated by serial killers. In these interviews, he showed flashes of the manipulation he had used throughout his life, sometimes claiming remorse he clearly didn't feel, other times hinting at additional victims he had never been charged with killing. One interview conducted 3 years into his incarceration became infamous. The interviewer asked if he understood why what he did was wrong. Farrington responded with a question. Wrong according to who? Society makes rules that benefit the weak. I played by different rules. I was strong, they were weak. That's nature. The statement encapsulated his complete lack of moral understanding, his view of the world as a place where power justified any action. It also confirmed what investigators had always suspected. He had no capacity for genuine remorse and would kill again without hesitation if given the chance. His appeals process dragged on for years, as is typical in capital cases. Every aspect of his trial was scrutinized, every legal avenue explored. But the conviction was solid. The evidence was overwhelming. The procedures had been followed correctly. One by one, his appeals were denied. The execution date was set, postponed due to legal challenges, then set again. The families of his victims endured this process with exhausted patience, wanting closure but trapped in a legal system that moves slowly by design. During his years on death row, Farrington became a subject of academic study. Criminal psychologists wrote papers about his case. His childhood was analyzed in textbooks on the development of serial killers. True crime writers published books examining his murders. He achieved a kind of dark notoriety, his name becoming synonymous with sadistic serial murder. But this attention seemed to please him, feeding his narcissism even from behind bars. He was being remembered, being studied, being discussed. In his twisted mind, this validated his significance. The victims, by contrast, were at risk of being forgotten beyond their connection to their killer. Their families fought against this, creating memorials and scholarships in their names. Jennifer Hastings' parents established a scholarship fund for college students pursuing careers in public service. Linda Patterson's hospital dedicated a wing to her memory. Angela Rodriguez's school planted a memorial garden where students could reflect and remember. These efforts ensured that the women would be commemorated for who they were, not just for how they died. On November 12, 1991, nearly 10 years after his conviction, Cordell Farrington's execution date finally arrived. All appeals had been exhausted. The courts had reviewed and upheld the sentence multiple times. Barring a governor's pardon, which was not forthcoming given the heinous nature of his crimes, the sentence would be carried out. Families of the victims made the difficult decision about whether to witness the execution. Some chose to attend, needing to see his end with their own eyes. Others stayed away, unwilling to give him any more of their time or energy. The execution was carried out by lethal injection at 1 minute past midnight. According to witnesses, Farrington showed no emotion as he was strapped to the gurney. He declined to make a final statement. As the chemicals began flowing through the 4 lines, his eyes remained open, staring at the ceiling with that same emptiness that had characterized his entire life. Within minutes, his heart stopped beating. Cordell Farrington, one of South Carolina's most brutal serial killers, was dead at the age of 31. The reaction to his execution was mixed. Some of the victims' families expressed relief, feeling that justice had finally been fully served. Others found the moment anticlimactic, realizing that no execution could truly balance the scales or bring back their loved ones. Protesters outside the prison were divided between those celebrating the death of a monster and those opposing capital punishment on principle. But for the community that had lived in terror during his killing spree, there was a definite sense of a chapter closing. The aftermath of the Cordell Farrington case extended far beyond his execution. His crimes had exposed weaknesses in how law enforcement agencies communicated across jurisdictions. The difficulty in connecting his crimes initially led to reforms in information sharing and the development of better databases for tracking serial offenders. His case became a teaching tool for criminal profilers, law enforcement academies, and forensic psychologists studying the development and behavior of serial killers. The psychological impact on the community lasted for decades. Women who had lived through the period of his active killing described lasting effects: hypervigilance, difficulty trusting strangers, anxiety about parking lots and isolated areas. The sense of safety that had once been taken for granted was permanently damaged. Parents who had children during that time raised them with a heightened awareness of danger, sometimes to the point of overprotectiveness born from remembered terror. The investigation itself became legendary within law enforcement circles, studied as both a cautionary tale and an example of persistence paying off. The massive task force, the tireless following of leads, the eventual break from the witness who provided the partial license plate. All of it demonstrated the importance of thorough investigation and the value of even small pieces of evidence. The detectives who worked the case carried it with them for the rest of their careers, some haunted by the victims they couldn't save, others proud of the justice they ultimately achieved. For the families of Farrington's victims, healing remained an ongoing process with no clear endpoint. Grief doesn't follow a schedule or reach a conclusion. Years after his execution, they still gathered on anniversaries, supporting each other through the continuing waves of loss. They had formed unwanted bonds, united by tragedy, becoming a community of survivors who understood each other's pain in ways that others couldn't. The question that lingered, the one that could never be fully answered, was whether Farrington could have been stopped sooner. If Sarah Mitchell's assault case had been prosecuted more aggressively in 1979, would the subsequent murders have been prevented? If the juvenile justice system had intervened more effectively during his teenage years, could the trajectory of his life been altered? These questions haunted those involved in the case, but also drove reforms aimed at identifying and stopping violent offenders before they escalate to murder. Cordell Farrington's story stands as a dark reminder that evil is real and can wear a human face. His 7 confirmed victims, Jennifer Hastings, Linda Patterson, Angela Rodriguez, Rebecca Walsh, Michelle Thompson, Patricia Holloway, and Karen Mitchell, were more than statistics or case numbers. They were daughters, mothers, sisters, friends. They had dreams, passions, people who loved them. Their lives had value that extended far beyond their connection to their killer. The case also illustrates the dedication of law enforcement officers who work tirelessly to solve these crimes and bring killers to justice. The investigators who tracked Farrington, who sifted through evidence and followed countless dead ends, who carried the weight of knowing another victim might be taken while they worked. They deserve recognition for their commitment to justice and their service to the victims and community. Today, the Cordell Farrington case remains a subject of study and discussion in criminal justice fields. His name appears in textbooks and academic papers. True crime enthusiasts dissect his crimes and trial. But those who knew his victims work to ensure they are remembered for more than their tragic ends. Memorials, scholarships, and dedications keep their memories alive, celebrating the lives they lived rather than focusing solely on how those lives were taken. The scars left by Farrington's rampage will never completely fade. The families who lost loved ones still carry that loss every day. The community that lived through those terrifying months still remembers the fear. But there is also resilience in how people responded, supporting each other, reforming systems, refusing to let the killer's legacy be the only story told. In remembering the victims and honoring their lives, there is a form of victory over the evil that tried to reduce them to mere objects of violence. Cordell Farrington thought he was powerful, that his violence made him superior. But in the end, he was nothing more than a coward who preyed on innocent people and was caught, judged, and punished. His victims, by contrast, are remembered with love and honor. They are missed. Their absence is felt. And that is the ultimate difference between a life lived with humanity and a life consumed by evil. The story of Cordell Farrington is horrifying, disturbing, and difficult to confront. But it must be told so that the victims are not forgotten, so that their families' pain is acknowledged, and so that society remains vigilant against those who would prey upon the innocent. Evil exists, and we must be willing to look directly at it, understand it, and dedicate ourselves to preventing and punishing it. Only then can we honor those who suffered at its hands and protect those who might otherwise become its future victims. Justice was served, but justice cannot undo the damage or restore what was taken. That is the tragedy at the heart of every murder case, the finality of death, the permanence of loss. We can only remember, honor, and work to ensure that such evil is stopped as quickly as possible when it emerges. The 7 women who died at Cordell Farrington's hands deserved better than the fate they received. We owe them the duty of remembering their lives and learning from their deaths. Thank you for watching and joining us as we explored these chilling and mysterious stories. If you enjoyed the journey, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with others who love a good mystery. Also, let us know where you're watching from. I'd love to hear where in the world you're tuning in. We appreciate you being part of this, and we'll see you next time for more gripping stories. Stay safe, stay curious, and keep unraveling the unknown.